In the suffocating darkness of a Wichita basement, a family of 4 lies bound with rope, their muffled screams echoing through concrete walls that have become their tomb. Above them, footsteps creak across wooden floorboards, deliberate, calculated, patient. The predator isn't finished. He never is. For 31 years, a phantom stalked the streets of Kansas, leaving behind a trail of terror so methodical, so chillingly precise, that even seasoned detectives would wake in cold sweats, haunted by crime scenes that defied human comprehension. This is not just the story of a serial killer. This is the story of a monster who lived among us, who coached Little League, who installed security systems by day and shattered lives by night. A man who turned murder into an art form, who fed on fear like oxygen, and who taunted police with letters signed with 3 simple letters that would forever change how we understand evil. BTK, bind, torture, kill. Tonight, we descend into the abyss of Dennis Lynn Rader's twisted mind, where normal human emotion died long before his first victim drew their last breath. Prepare yourself for a journey through darkness so complete, so absolutely devoid of mercy, that you'll question everything you thought you knew about the monsters that walk among us. Welcome to Crime Headquarters. I know many of you use these stories to unwind and drift off to sleep, and tonight, you're in for a very scary, very tragic one. So, get cozy, whether you're in bed or somewhere comfortable, and let go of the day. Before you let your mind drift off, take a moment to subscribe, like, share, and comment. We'd love to hear your thoughts. The winter wind howled through the bare branches of Wichita's residential streets on January 15, 1974, carrying with it an ominous chill that seemed to seep into the very bones of the city. Inside the modest ranch home at 803 North Edgemore Street, the Otero family was beginning what they believed would be just another ordinary Tuesday. Joseph Otero, a proud Air Force veteran, had recently moved his family from Panama to Kansas, seeking the American dream in the heartland's embrace. His wife, Julie, was preparing breakfast while their children, 11-year-old Josephine and 9-year-old Joseph Jr., got ready for school. They had no way of knowing that death had already chosen them. It had been watching, waiting, planning with the methodical precision of a surgeon preparing for an operation. But this would be no mercy killing. This would be the twisted birth of a legend written in blood. Dennis Lynn Rader had been born 30 years earlier into what appeared to be an unremarkable Kansas family. But beneath the surface of suburban normalcy, something fundamentally broken had been growing, festering like a cancer in the soul of a child who should have been learning to ride bicycles and playing with toy soldiers. Instead, young Dennis found himself fascinated by death. Not the natural cycle of life that most children eventually come to understand, but the violent, premature ending of life that could be controlled, manipulated, savored. As a boy, Rader had tortured animals with a clinical detachment that should have sent chills down the spines of anyone who witnessed it. He would hang cats from trees, watching their desperate struggles with the same fascination that other children might observe a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. But where nature offered transformation and beauty, Dennis found only the exquisite moment when life flickered out of desperate eyes. That precise instant when struggle became stillness, when hope became horror. His childhood was a masterclass in developing the perfect predator. He learned to blend in, to smile when expected, to laugh at appropriate moments. He discovered that people saw only what they wanted to see, and Dennis Rader became an expert at showing them exactly that. The monster learned to wear a human mask so convincing that even those closest to him never suspected the abyss that lurked behind his pale blue eyes. By his teens, the animal torture had evolved into something far more sophisticated and infinitely more disturbing. Dennis had begun to fantasize about human victims, detailed, elaborate scenarios where he held complete control over another person's fate. He would spend hours crafting these mental movies, refining every detail until the fantasy felt more real than reality itself. He studied police procedures, forensic techniques, and criminal psychology not out of academic curiosity, but as preparation for the masterpiece he knew he would eventually create. The military should have provided structure, discipline, perhaps even redemption. Instead, It gave Dennis Rader advanced training in killing techniques and an even more sophisticated understanding of how to operate within systems of authority without detection. When he returned to civilian life in Kansas, he was no longer just a disturbed young man with violent fantasies. He had become a weapon with human intelligence, capable of planning and executing acts of unimaginable brutality. The Otero family never saw him coming. On that fateful January morning, Rader had been watching the house for weeks, timing the family's routine with the precision of a Swiss clockmaker. He knew that Joseph Sr. would leave for work at 7:30 a.m., that Julie would drive the younger children to school at 8:15, and that only 15-year-old Charlie would remain home, having been kept out of school due to illness. But Charlie had unexpectedly left early, creating an opportunity that Dennis couldn't resist. What happened next would haunt investigators for decades and establish a pattern of cruelty so methodical that it defied comprehension. Rader didn't simply break into the Otero home. He invaded it like a virus, contaminating every corner with his presence. He told the family he was a desperate fugitive who needed their car and money to escape to Mexico. It was a lie designed to create cooperation, to make them believe that compliance meant survival. The truth was far more sinister. Dennis Rader had no intention of leaving anyone alive. He began with the parents, binding Joseph Sr. with rope he had brought specifically for this purpose. Rope he had practiced with, tested, perfected for maximum effectiveness and minimum escape possibility. The knots were works of art in their precision, each loop calculated to tighten under stress, to transform any struggle into a mechanism of self-destruction. Julie Otero begged for her children's lives as her husband was methodically restrained. Her maternal instincts screamed at her to fight, to protect her babies, but Rader's calm demeanor and matter-of-fact instructions created a paralysis of hope. She believed that if she cooperated, if she followed his rules, her family might survive this nightmare. She was tragically wrong. The methodical binding of each family member was only the beginning. Rader had come prepared with more than just rope. He carried with him a toolkit of terror that revealed the depth of his preparation and the extent of his depravity. Plastic bags, tape, wire, each item had been selected for a specific purpose in the symphony of suffering he was about to conduct. Joseph Sr. was strangled first, his life ending in desperate gasps while his wife and children watched in horror. Rader observed their reactions with clinical interest, taking mental notes on their responses to trauma, their attempts to comfort each other even while bound and helpless. This wasn't just murder, it was psychological experimentation on living subjects. Julie's death was prolonged, her maternal protectiveness making her Rader's primary focus for psychological torture. He strangled her partially, allowed her to revive, then repeated the process while her children watched and screamed through their gags. Each revival brought fresh hope. Each subsequent attack shattered it more completely. He was teaching them that hope itself was just another weapon in his arsenal of terror. But it was the murder of 11-year-old Josephine that revealed the true depths of Dennis Rader's monstrous nature. The child had been forced to watch her parents die, her young mind unable to process the reality of what was happening. When Rader finally turned his attention to her, his movements became almost ritualistic, as if he were performing some twisted ceremony that only he understood. He carried her small body to the basement, where the concrete walls would muffle any sounds. What happened in that basement would remain one of the most disturbing aspects of the case. Details so horrific that even hardened homicide detectives would request transfers rather than continue working the investigation. The positioning of Josephine's body when it was discovered revealed the sexual sadistic nature of Rader's pathology. She had been hanged in a manner that suggested the killer had derived sexual gratification from her suffering and death. The rope marks on her small wrists and ankles told a story of prolonged terror, of a child who had fought against her restraints until exhaustion and despair had finally claimed her. 9-year-old Joseph Jr.'s murder completed what Rader would later refer to as his masterpiece. The boy had been forced to witness the systematic destruction of his entire family before facing his own death. The psychological torture was as important to Rader as the physical act of murder, perhaps more important. He fed on fear, on the knowledge that his victims spent their final moments in absolute terror, understanding that no rescue was coming, that their lives were ending not through accident or illness, but through the deliberate choice of the monster who had invaded their sanctuary. The crime scene that investigators discovered later that day was unlike anything in Wichita's history. The systematic nature of the murders, the evidence of prolonged torture, the sexual positioning of the youngest victim. Every detail spoke to a killer who was not driven by passion or rage, but by something far more chilling: cold, calculated enjoyment of human suffering. Detective Bernie Drowitzky, one of the first responders to the scene, would later describe it as walking into hell. The positioning of the bodies, the evidence of the killer's extended presence in the home, the signs that he had taken time to clean up after himself while the victims lay dying, it all pointed to a perpetrator who was fundamentally different from any criminal they had encountered before. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the scene was what the killer had left behind. Evidence that he had remained in the house for hours after the murders were complete. He had eaten food from their refrigerator, used their bathroom, even masturbated over one of the victims' bodies. This wasn't just murder, it was the complete psychological ownership of his victims, even in death. The investigation that followed would consume the Wichita Police Department for months. Traditional detective work, following leads, interviewing suspects, tracing physical evidence, led nowhere. The killer had left behind no fingerprints, no DNA evidence that could be processed with 1970s technology, and no witnesses who had seen anything suspicious. It was as if the Otero family had been murdered by a ghost. What investigators didn't know was that their ghost was already planning his next performance. Dennis Rader had discovered something about himself in the Otero house that went beyond even his most twisted fantasies. He had found his true calling. The power he felt while controlling the fate of an entire family was intoxicating, addictive, and absolutely incomplete. For people were dead, but Dennis Rader had only just begun to kill. The Otero murders established patterns that would define the BTK killings for the next 3 decades. The meticulous planning, the preference for entire families or vulnerable individuals, the combination of psychological and physical torture, and perhaps most chillingly, the killer's apparent ability to function normally in society between murders. As winter turned to spring in Wichita, residents began installing new locks, buying security systems, and looking over their shoulders when they walked to their cars after dark. Parents held their children closer, spouses called to check in more frequently, and the entire city began to live with a fear that had no name and no face. But Dennis Rader wasn't done introducing himself. In fact, he was just getting started. The BTK killer had tasted blood, and he found it absolutely delicious. The monster that had been lurking in the shadows of suburban Kansas had finally stepped into the light, and the darkness that followed would consume lives, destroy families, and haunt a community for over 3 decades. The Otero murders were not an ending. They were a beginning, the first movement in a symphony of terror that would establish Dennis Rader as one of the most methodical, most patient, and most terrifyingly effective serial killers in American history. As investigators worked desperately to find any trace of their phantom killer, Dennis Rader returned to his normal life with an ease that should have been impossible for someone who had just committed such horrific crimes. He went to work, attended church, interacted with neighbors, and played the role of an ordinary citizen with the same meticulous attention to detail he had applied to murder. But beneath the surface, he was already planning. The next family, the next opportunity, the next chance to feed the hunger that the Otero murders had awakened but not satisfied. The BTK killer had been born in blood, and blood was all he would ever truly understand. 3 months after the Otero family massacre, Wichita had settled into an uneasy routine of hypervigilance. Deadbolts were installed on doors that had never known locks. Children were forbidden from playing outside after sunset, and every stranger became a potential threat. The police department had formed a special task force dedicated solely to the Otero investigation. But leads had dried up like autumn leaves, brittle and useless in the Kansas wind. Dennis Rader watched this transformation of his city with the satisfaction of an artist observing the public's reaction to his masterpiece. The fear that permeated every conversation, every worried glance between neighbors, every hesitant footstep on darkened streets. This was his true signature, more distinctive than any physical evidence he might have left behind. He had become the invisible puppet master of an entire community's emotions, and the power was intoxicating. But satisfaction was a fleeting emotion for someone whose appetite could only be fed by the most extreme forms of human suffering. The memory of the Otero murders, which had sustained him through the winter and early spring, was beginning to fade like a drug wearing off. He needed another fix, another opportunity to experience that transcendent moment when life transformed into death at his command. The selection of his next victim would prove that Dennis Rader was evolving as a killer, becoming more sophisticated in his victim selection and more confident in his ability to strike without detection. Where the Otero murders had been targets of opportunity, a family whose routine he had observed and exploited, his next choice would be far more personal, far more calculated, and far more revealing of the depths of his psychological pathology. Catherine Bright was 21 years old, a vibrant young woman who worked as a secretary and lived with the kind of optimism that seems to naturally radiate from people who haven't yet learned how cruel the world can be. She had recently moved into a small house at 3217 East 13th Street, a modest dwelling in a quiet neighborhood where people still left their doors unlocked and children rode bicycles without supervision. What made Catherine particularly attractive to Rader wasn't just her vulnerability as a young woman living alone. It was her brother Kevin's routine. Kevin Bright was 19, a college student who regularly visited his sister after his afternoon classes. Rader had observed this pattern for weeks, timing their interactions with the same methodical precision he had applied to studying the Otero family. But this time, Dennis Rader wanted to refine his technique. The Otero murders had been messy in their scope, too many variables, too many potential complications. He was learning that efficiency and control were more important than body count, that the quality of terror could be more satisfying than its quantity. On April 4th, 1974, Rader positioned himself inside Catherine's house hours before Kevin's expected arrival. The lock had been pathetically easy to defeat, a simple door chain that gave way to steady pressure, a window latch that opened with the gentle persuasion of a knife blade. The ease of entry only reinforced his growing belief that he was becoming unstoppable, that ordinary people's security measures were nothing more than psychological comfort blankets that offered no real protection against a predator of his caliber. When Catherine returned from work that evening, her death was already waiting in the shadows of her own living room. Rader had spent the afternoon familiarizing himself with her home, touching her belongings, lying on her bed, eating her food. It was another form of violation, a psychological contamination of her safe space that preceded and enhanced the physical violence to come. The attack began the moment she closed the door behind her. Rader's approach was swift, efficient, overwhelming, the lessons learned from his military training combined with the psychological advantages of complete surprise. Catherine never had a chance to scream, never had a moment to understand what was happening before she found herself bound and helpless in her own living room. But Rader had miscalculated. Kevin Bright arrived earlier than expected, walking into a nightmare that was already in progress. The young man's entrance should have been a complication, a variable that might have caused a lesser killer to panic or flee. Instead, Dennis Rader saw it as an opportunity to test his adaptability, his ability to handle multiple victims simultaneously. The struggle that followed revealed both Rader's growing confidence and the first crack in his carefully constructed facade of invincibility. Kevin Bright was young, athletic, and desperate to save his sister's life. When he saw Catherine bound and bleeding, his protective instincts overrode any sense of self-preservation, and he launched himself at her attacker with a fury that caught Rader off guard. The fight was brutal, chaotic, nothing like the controlled scenarios that Rader had been perfecting in his fantasies. Kevin's desperate strength, fueled by adrenaline and love for his sister, proved to be more formidable than Rader had anticipated. They crashed through furniture, slammed into walls, their struggle accompanied by Catherine's muffled screams from the floor where she lay bound and watching her brother fight for both their lives. Rader eventually gained the upper hand through sheer viciousness, employing techniques designed not just to subdue but to inflict maximum pain and psychological damage. He forced Kevin to the ground, binding him with the same methodical precision he had used on the Otero family. But the young man's resistance had shaken him, introduced an element of unpredictability that made him realize how close he had come to losing control of the situation entirely. What happened next would haunt Kevin Bright for the rest of his life and provide investigators with their first significant clues about the killer's psychological profile. Rather than simply kill both siblings quickly, Rader made the conscious decision to torture them psychologically by making each witness the other's suffering. He strangled Catherine slowly, repeatedly bringing her to the edge of unconsciousness before allowing her to revive, each cycle designed to maximize her terror and her brother's helplessness. Kevin was forced to watch his sister's repeated near-death experiences while bound and gagged, unable to help, unable to even offer comfort in her final moments. The sexual component of Rader's pathology became more evident during Catherine's murder. The positioning of her body, the specific manner of her restraints, the ritualistic aspects of her strangulation. Every detail suggested a killer who derived intense sexual gratification from his victim's suffering. This wasn't murder committed in the heat of passion or even for practical gain. This was murder as sexual expression, death as the ultimate form of pornography. When Catherine finally died, her last sight was her brother's anguished face, tears streaming down his cheeks as he struggled futilely against bonds that only tightened with his efforts. Kevin's torture wasn't ending with his sister's death. It was just beginning a new phase. Rader's decision to keep Kevin alive initially seemed to violate his established pattern of leaving no witnesses. But the reasoning became clear as the killer began to inflict systematic torture designed to break the young man's mind rather than simply end his life. This was experimentation, psychological vivisection performed on a living subject who had been forced to witness his sister's murder. The torture included sexual humiliation, physical mutilation, and psychological games designed to make Kevin believe that he was responsible for his sister's death. Rader whispered to him that if he had arrived just a few minutes later, or if he had been stronger, or if he had fought harder, Catherine might still be alive. The killer was implanting guilt like a poison, ensuring that even if Kevin survived, he would carry the weight of imagined responsibility for the rest of his life. But Dennis Rader's growing confidence had made him careless. In his excitement over the psychological torture he was inflicting, he had failed to properly secure Kevin's bindings. The young man had been working at his restraints throughout the ordeal, using his sister's blood as lubricant to slip one hand free from the rope around his wrists. When Kevin made his escape attempt, it caught Rader completely off guard. The killer had been so absorbed in his ritual that he had forgotten the fundamental rule of predator behavior: never become so focused on one prey that you lose awareness of your surroundings. Kevin's sudden break for freedom should have been impossible, but desperation and grief had given him strength that transcended normal human limitations. The chase that followed took them out of the house and into the neighborhood, where Kevin's screams for help finally brought the outside world into contact with Dennis Rader's carefully controlled universe. For the first time since he had begun killing, the BTK killer found himself exposed, vulnerable, no longer the invisible puppet master but a flesh and blood man who could be seen, identified, stopped. Rader's response to this crisis revealed the depth of his adaptability and the terrifying calmness of his psychology under pressure. Rather than panic or attempt to flee immediately, he made a calculated decision to wound Kevin severely enough to prevent further escape attempts, then systematically destroyed evidence of his presence in the house before vanishing into the night. Kevin Bright survived, but just barely. The bullet wound Rader had inflicted was intended to be fatal, and only the quick response of neighbors and paramedics saved his life. More importantly for the investigation, Kevin had gotten a clear look at his sister's killer, the first witness to survive a BTK attack. The description Kevin provided would become the foundation for the first police sketch of the BTK killer, and it would prove to be remarkably accurate. But more than that, Kevin's testimony provided investigators with crucial insights into the killer's psychology, his methods, and his apparent sexual motivations. For the first time, they had a witness who could describe not just the killer's physical appearance, but his behavior, his mannerisms, his apparent enjoyment of his victim's suffering. The investigation that followed Kevin's survival would mark a turning point in the hunt for BTK. The killer was no longer a phantom leaving behind only corpses and confusion. He had been seen, described, humanized in a way that made him seem less like a supernatural force of evil and more like a man who could be caught. But catching Dennis Rader would prove to be far more difficult than anyone imagined. The sketch Kevin's testimony produced was distributed throughout Kansas and neighboring states, generating hundreds of tips and potential sightings. None of them led anywhere. It was as if the man in the sketch had simply vanished, dissolved back into the anonymous mass of ordinary citizens like a drop of poison dispersed in a clear pool. What investigators couldn't have known was that their primary suspect was hiding in plain sight, returning to his normal life with the same ease he had demonstrated after the Otero murders. Dennis Rader's ability to compartmentalize his crimes, to separate his identity as BTK from his persona as a law-abiding citizen, was becoming more sophisticated with each attack. He went to work installing security systems for homes and businesses throughout Wichita, a job that gave him intimate knowledge of his potential victims' vulnerabilities. He attended church regularly, participated in community activities, and maintained social relationships that painted him as a quiet but reliable member of society. The disconnect between his public persona and his private reality was so complete that even trained psychologists would later struggle to understand how he maintained it for so long. But the most chilling aspect of Rader's post-Bright behavior was his apparent excitement about the increased police attention his crimes were generating. Far from being concerned about potential capture, he seemed energized by the challenge of outwitting law enforcement. The investigation itself had become another form of entertainment for him, another arena where he could demonstrate his superiority over normal humans. This attitude would lead to one of the most significant developments in the BTK case: the killer's decision to begin communicating directly with police and media. The first letter arrived at the Wichita Eagle newspaper 3 months after Catherine Bright's murder, and it would establish a pattern of taunting communication that would continue for 3 decades. The letter was brief, typed on an old manual typewriter, and signed with the initials that would become synonymous with terror in Kansas: BTK. But it wasn't just the signature that chilled investigators. It was the tone of casual arrogance, the obvious enjoyment the writer took in describing his victim's final moments, and most disturbing of all, his promise that the killing was far from over. "I find the newspaper not writing about the murder case anymore," the letter read. A little paragraph here and there. "The Otero murder was godly. I did it for my sexual pleasure. The code words for me will be bind them, torture them, kill them, BTK, you see," he added again. "They will be on the next victim." The letter contained details about the Otero murders that had never been released to the public, confirming that it was genuine communication from the killer. But more than that, it provided investigators with their first real insight into BTK's psychological motivations and his intention to continue killing. The casual reference to the Otero murders as godly revealed the religious language that the killer used to justify his actions to himself. This wasn't just sexual sadism, it was sexual sadism elevated to the level of spiritual experience. Murder as a form of worship in a twisted theology where Dennis Rader was both priest and God. The promise of future victims was delivered with the confidence of someone who had no doubt about his ability to continue killing without being caught. BTK wasn't just taunting the police. He was issuing a challenge, daring them to stop him before he could complete whatever larger plan was taking shape in his diseased mind. As summer turned to autumn in 1974, Wichita found itself in the grip of a terror unlike anything the city had ever experienced. The BTK killer had evolved from an unknown quantity into a known threat, a documented presence that had claimed 5 lives and promised more to come. The community's initial shock was transforming into a sustained state of fear that affected every aspect of daily life. Parents walked their children to school, husbands called their wives every hour during the workday, and gun sales throughout the region increased by over 400%. The economic impact was beginning to be felt as well. Tourism declined, real estate values dropped, and businesses that required employees to work late or alone found it increasingly difficult to maintain normal operations. But for Dennis Rader, the fear he had created was more intoxicating than any drug, more satisfying than any conventional success or achievement. He had transformed himself from an ordinary man into a force of nature, a presence that could alter the behavior of an entire city without ever being seen or directly confronted. The hunt for BTK was intensifying, but so was the killer's confidence. The game had only just begun, and Dennis Rader was convinced that he held all the advantages. He was wrong, But it would take 3 more decades and several more victims before that mistake would finally cost him his freedom. The monster was growing stronger, more sophisticated, more dangerously confident in his apparent invincibility. But monsters, no matter how carefully they plan or how skillfully they hunt, always carry within them the seeds of their own destruction. Dennis Rader's downfall was still years away, but it was already being written in the arrogance that led him to communicate with police, in the compulsions that drove him to take unnecessary risks, and in the fundamental psychological flaws that made him believe he was smarter than everyone else. The BTK killer thought he was becoming more perfect with each murder. In reality, he was becoming more human, more fallible, and ultimately more catchable. The years following Catherine Bright's murder marked Dennis Rader's transformation from opportunistic killer to methodical predator, an evolution that would establish him as one of the most calculating and psychologically complex serial killers in American history. But it was also during this period that the true scope of his pathology became apparent. Not just his ability to kill, but his need to psychologically torment an entire community while maintaining the perfect facade of suburban normalcy. By 1977, Rader had settled into what he would later describe as his prime hunting years. The earlier murders had been learning experiences, opportunities to refine his techniques and discover the specific combinations of power, control, and sexual gratification that fed his deepest compulsions. Now, armed with 3 years of practical experience and an increasingly sophisticated understanding of police investigative procedures, he was ready to elevate his crimes to an art form. The selection of Shirley Vian as his next victim demonstrated the evolution of Rader's methodology and the increasing boldness that came with his growing confidence. Unlike his previous victims, who had been chosen through careful surveillance and meticulous planning, Shirley was selected almost spontaneously, a decision that revealed how comfortable Rader had become with improvisation and adaptation. On March 17, 1977, Rader had initially planned to attack a different family entirely, but when he arrived at their home and found them unexpectedly absent, he made a decision that would prove fatally significant for Shirley Vian and her 3 young children. Rather than abort his mission and wait for a better opportunity, he decided to hunt for alternative prey in the same neighborhood, a level of reckless confidence that demonstrated how completely he had come to believe in his own invincibility. Shirley's house at 1311 South Hydraulic Street became his target not through weeks of surveillance, but through a predator's instinctive assessment of vulnerability. A single mother with 3 children under the age of 10, a modest home with minimal security, a quiet street where screams might go unheard. All the elements that Dennis Rader had learned to recognize as optimal hunting conditions. The method he used to gain entry revealed his growing sophistication as a manipulator of human psychology. Rather than breaking in while the family was away, as he had done with previous victims, Rader knocked on the front door in broad daylight, presenting himself as a private detective investigating a harassment complaint against Shirley's estranged husband. The ruse was brilliant in its simplicity and devastating in its effectiveness. Shirley, a trusting woman who had been dealing with genuine marital problems, saw no reason to doubt the story presented by the clean-cut man in casual business attire who spoke with calm authority about police matters and legal procedures. She invited her own murderer into her home, into the sanctuary where her children played and slept, never imagining that she was opening the door to incarnate evil. Once inside, Rader's transformation was swift and absolute. The polite detective vanished, replaced by the predator who had been practicing for this moment for 3 years. But this time, he faced a complication that would test his adaptability and reveal new depths to his psychological pathology. The presence of 3 young witnesses who would need to be controlled, manipulated, and ultimately disposed of. Shirley's children, Steve, aged 9, Bud, aged 7, and Stephanie, aged 5, found themselves trapped in a nightmare that their young minds could barely comprehend. Their mother's sudden terror, the stranger's abrupt change in demeanor, the appearance of rope and weapons. It was like watching their safe world transform into a horror movie where the monster was real and no rescue was coming. Rader's approach to controlling the children revealed the calculating cruelty that had become his signature. Rather than simply restraining them, he turned their love for their mother into a weapon of psychological torture. He told them that their cooperation would determine whether their mother lived or died, that any noise, any attempt to help her, would result in her immediate death. The children, desperate to save their mother, became unwilling accomplices in their own family's destruction. They followed his instructions with the heartbreaking obedience that only comes from children who believe they can still protect their parent if they're just good enough, quiet enough, compliant enough. Shirley Vian's murder was the most prolonged and psychologically complex that Rader had committed up to that point. With the children bound and positioned where they could see their mother but not help her, he began a systematic process of physical and psychological torture that would last for hours. The sexual sadism that had been present in his earlier crimes became more elaborate, more ritualized, as if he were performing some twisted ceremony with an audience of traumatized children. The positioning of Shirley's body, the specific methods of restraint, the timing of her strangulation. Every aspect was calculated to maximize both her suffering and her children's psychological trauma. Rader had discovered that the presence of witnesses, particularly child witnesses, added an entirely new dimension to his gratification. He wasn't just killing Shirley Vian. He was destroying the innocence and security of 3 young minds, creating trauma that would echo through their lives long after their mother was dead. But it was Rader's treatment of the children after their mother's murder that revealed the true depths of his monstrous nature. Rather than killing them quickly, he spent additional time with them, talking to them in a calm, almost paternal voice while their mother's body lay cooling nearby. He explained to them that they had been good helpers, and that their mother had died because it was her time. The psychological manipulation was as deliberate as the physical violence had been. Rader was implanting memories, shaping the trauma these children would carry for the rest of their lives. He wanted them to remember not just their mother's death, but their own helplessness, their inability to save her, their unwilling participation in the events that led to her murder. When he finally prepared to kill the children, Rader made a decision that would later puzzle criminal psychologists and investigators. Instead of using the same methods he had employed with their mother, he chose to suffocate them, a technique that required him to be in close physical contact with each victim as they died. The intimacy of this approach, the need to feel their final struggles against his body, suggested a level of sexual pathology that went beyond even his previous crimes. But Stephanie Vian, the youngest child, proved to be more resilient than Rader had anticipated. When her turn came, her small body's instinctive fight for survival lasted longer than he had expected, and in his excitement over her prolonged death struggle, he nearly lost control of the scene entirely. The experience was so intense that he later described it as a religious moment, further evidence of the twisted spiritual dimension he had added to his murder ritual. The Vian crime scene that investigators discovered the following day represented a new level of depravity in the BTK case. The systematic nature of the murders, the evidence of prolonged torture, the clear indications that the killer had spent hours in the house after the deaths. All of it painted a picture of a perpetrator whose psychological pathology was escalating rapidly. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the scene was the evidence that Rader had taken time to arrange the bodies in specific positions before leaving. This wasn't just murder. It was stage direction, with the corpses of a mother and her 3 children positioned like actors in some twisted final tableau that existed only in the killer's diseased imagination. The impact of the Vian murders on the Wichita community was seismic. The killing of an entire family, including 3 young children, represented an escalation that shattered any remaining illusions about the nature of the predator stalking their city. This wasn't just a killer, this was something fundamentally inhuman, a force of pure malevolence that seemed to feed on the destruction of innocence itself. The investigation that followed revealed disturbing patterns that connected the Vian murders to the earlier BTK crimes. The rope, the knots, the methodical binding, all bore the unmistakable signature of the same killer. But more importantly, witness testimony from neighbors revealed that a man matching Kevin Bright's description of BTK had been seen in the area on the day of the murders, canvassing the neighborhood with questions about residents and their schedules. The realization that BTK was actively hunting, selecting victims through systematic surveillance of entire neighborhoods, transformed the investigation from a reactive pursuit into a proactive race against time. Police began extensive surveillance operations, staking out potential target areas and establishing communication networks designed to respond to suspicious activity within minutes rather than hours. But Dennis Rader's greatest strength had always been his ability to blend invisibly into the fabric of ordinary life, and the increased police presence only made him more careful, more patient, more dangerously methodical in his planning. Rather than being deterred by the heightened security measures, he began to view them as an additional challenge, another variable to be studied and overcome in the deadly game he was playing with law enforcement. The psychological pressure of the investigation was taking its toll on everyone involved. Detectives worked 18-hour days, following leads that seemed promising until they dissolved into dead ends and false hopes. The media attention was relentless, with reporters from across the country descending on Wichita to cover the story of the serial killer who seemed to murder entire families with impunity. For Dennis Rader, this period represented the peak of his psychological satisfaction. He watched the chaos he had created from the perfect vantage point of invisibility, reading newspaper accounts of the investigation, listening to radio reports about the community's fear, observing the behavior changes that his crimes had forced on his neighbors and co-workers. The irony was exquisite. He was installing security systems for families who were terrified of BTK, offering them protection against the very threat he represented. The psychological satisfaction of this deception, of being trusted to secure homes against his own future attacks, fed his sense of superiority and control in ways that even murder couldn't match. But Rader's compulsions wouldn't allow him to remain inactive for long. The memory of Shirley Vian's death, the image of her children's faces as they watched their mother die, the sensation of their small bodies struggling against his hands. These memories sustained him for months, but like all addictive substances, they gradually lost their potency, leaving him craving the next fix, the next opportunity to experience that transcendent moment of absolute power over life and death. The selection of Nancy Fox as his next victim marked another evolution in Rader's methodology. Where previous targets had been chosen through opportunity or systematic neighborhood surveillance, Nancy was selected through what he would later describe as destiny, a chance encounter that seemed to confirm his growing belief that he was an instrument of fate, chosen to carry out these acts of ultimate control. Nancy Fox was 25 years old, a vibrant young woman who worked as a jewelry store clerk and lived alone in a small apartment at 843 South Pershing Street. She was intelligent, cautious, and aware of the BTK threat that had transformed her city into a landscape of fear. She had installed new locks, changed her routine, and taken all the precautions that police had recommended for single women living alone. None of it mattered. Rader had first noticed Nancy during one of his security system installation jobs in her neighborhood. She had been walking to her car after work, moving with the quick, purposeful stride of someone who understood that the streets were no longer safe after dark. But it wasn't her caution that attracted his attention. It was her defiance, the way she refused to hurry or appear afraid despite the obvious precautions she was taking. This psychological profile, a strong woman who refused to be intimidated by the threat he represented, made Nancy Fox irresistible to Dennis Rader. She embodied everything he wanted to destroy: independence, courage, the belief that careful planning and reasonable precautions could provide protection against the unreasonable evil that stalked the night. The surveillance that preceded Nancy's murder was the most extensive Rader had ever conducted. For weeks, he studied her routine with scientific precision, timing her departures and arrivals, noting her social activities, identifying the patterns that would allow him to strike when she was most vulnerable. He learned her work schedule, her dating habits, even the television shows she preferred to watch in the evenings. But more than just gathering practical information, Rader was building a psychological profile of his intended victim, learning to anticipate her responses, her likely reactions to various scenarios. He was preparing not just to kill Nancy Fox, but to psychologically dominate her, to strip away her confidence and independence layer by layer until she understood that all her precautions had been meaningless against a predator of his caliber. On December 8, 1977, Dennis Rader put his plan into action with the methodical precision that had become his trademark. He had identified a window of opportunity when Nancy would be alone in her apartment for several hours, with no expected visitors or phone calls to create complications. The attack would be swift, efficient, and utterly devastating in its psychological impact. The method he used to gain entry to Nancy's apartment demonstrated his growing expertise in bypassing security measures. The new locks she had installed, the door chain that was supposed to provide additional protection, the window latches that had been reinforced after the other BTK murders. None of them presented more than momentary obstacles to someone who had spent years studying and defeating such defenses. When Nancy returned home from work that evening, she walked into a trap that had been prepared with the same attention to detail that a surgeon might use in preparing for a complex operation. Every aspect of her apartment had been studied, every potential hiding place identified, every possible escape route blocked. The attack itself was swift and overwhelming, but it was what happened afterward that revealed the full extent of Rader's psychological evolution as a killer. Rather than proceeding immediately to murder, as he had done with previous victims, he spent time talking to Nancy, explaining to her what was going to happen and why she had been chosen. This wasn't just sadism, it was education. Rader wanted Nancy to understand that her death wasn't random, wasn't the result of bad luck or being in the wrong place at the wrong time. He wanted her to know that she had been specifically selected, that he had been watching her, studying her, preparing for this moment for weeks. The psychological torture that followed was the most sophisticated Rader had yet devised. He forced Nancy to participate in her own binding, making her tie certain knots while he held the gun on her, explaining that her compliance might earn her a quicker, less painful death. It was a lie, of course. He had no intention of showing mercy, but the hope it created in her eyes was exactly the response he craved. The ritualistic aspects of Nancy's murder were more elaborate than any of his previous crimes. He had brought specific items with him: rope that he had treated with chemicals to make it softer and more pliable, tape that wouldn't leave adhesive residue on skin, even a camera to document certain aspects of the crime for his later enjoyment. The photography represented a new dimension to Rader's pathology. He wasn't just killing Nancy Fox. He was creating a permanent record of her suffering, images that he could revisit and savor long after her body had been discovered and buried. The photographs would become part of his private collection, trophies that allowed him to relive the experience whenever his compulsions demanded fresh stimulation. The sexual component of Nancy's murder was more explicit and prolonged than in his previous crimes. Rader had learned to extend the experience, to draw out each phase of the killing process until it became a sustained ritual rather than a single violent act. He alternated between physical torture and psychological manipulation, keeping Nancy conscious and aware for as long as possible before finally allowing her to die. When Nancy Fox's body was discovered 2 days later, the crime scene revealed a level of planning and psychological sophistication that chilled even the most experienced investigators. The positioning of her body, the specific nature of her bindings, the evidence that the killer had remained in the apartment for hours after her death, all of it spoke to a perpetrator whose pathology was escalating in disturbing new directions. But it was the discovery of Rader's calling card that provided the most significant break in the case since Kevin Bright's survival. Hidden beneath Nancy's body, investigators found a poem written on a manual typewriter, signed with the now familiar BTK initials. The poem was crude, filled with sexual imagery and detailed descriptions of the victim's suffering, but it also contained clues about the killer's psychology and his growing need for recognition and attention. "What is this that I can see? Cold, icy hands taking hold of me," the poem began, before descending into graphic descriptions of Nancy's final moments and the killer's sexual gratification. But beyond the obvious attempt to shock and horrify, the poem revealed important information about BTK's self-image and his psychological motivations. The religious imagery that appeared throughout the poem, references to judgment, sin, and divine purpose, suggested a killer who had incorporated his crimes into some twisted spiritual framework. This wasn't just sexual sadism. It was sexual sadism elevated to the level of religious experience, with Dennis Rader casting himself as both priest and deity in a theology of murder. The media attention that followed the discovery of the poem transformed the BTK case from a regional crime story into a national phenomenon. The image of a serial killer who wrote poetry about his victims, who left taunting messages at crime scenes, who seemed to view murder as an art form. It captured the public imagination in ways that more conventional criminals never could. For Dennis Rader, this attention was intoxicating beyond anything he had previously experienced. He wasn't just a killer anymore, he was a celebrity, a figure of national fascination and fear. The knowledge that people across the country were reading his words, discussing his crimes, trying to understand his motivations gave him a sense of importance and recognition that his ordinary life had never provided. But fame, even the twisted fame of a serial killer, brought with it complications that Rader hadn't anticipated. The increased media attention meant increased police resources, more sophisticated investigative techniques, and a level of scrutiny that made further crimes exponentially more dangerous. The FBI had become involved in the case, bringing with them psychological profilers and behavioral analysts who understood serial killers in ways that local law enforcement never could. The profile they developed of BTK was remarkably accurate, describing him as a local resident with knowledge of police procedures, someone who held a position of trust or authority in the community, and a man who would appear completely normal to neighbors and coworkers. The accuracy of the FBI profile should have been concerning to Rader, but instead, it only fed his sense of superiority. He read their analysis with the detached interest of a student reviewing academic theories about a subject he understood better than any textbook ever could. The fact that they could describe his behavior but couldn't identify him only reinforced his belief in his own invincibility. As 1978 began, Dennis Rader faced a decision that would define the next phase of his criminal career. The heat from the investigation was intense, the media attention was overwhelming, and the risk of discovery was higher than it had ever been. A rational criminal would have gone underground, perhaps moved to another city, certainly ceased all criminal activity until the attention died down. But Dennis Rader was many things: intelligent, methodical, psychologically complex, but rational was not one of them. His compulsions were stronger than his survival instincts. His need for the psychological gratification that only murder could provide was more powerful than his fear of capture. The hunt for BTK was entering its most intensive phase, but the killer was just getting started. The most terrifying period of his criminal career was still ahead, and the victims whose names would forever be linked with his legacy of evil were still living their normal lives, unaware that death had already marked them for destruction. The Devil's Decade was just beginning, and Dennis Rader intended to make every moment count. The monster that had been born in the Otero house was reaching full maturity, and the terror he would unleash would make his previous crimes seem almost merciful by comparison. But with each murder, each poem, each taunting communication with police, Rader was also writing his own eventual downfall. The very compulsions that drove him to kill were also driving him toward increasingly reckless behavior, toward mistakes that would eventually cost him everything. The question was no longer whether Dennis Rader would be caught, but whether he could be stopped before he completed whatever grand finale his twisted mind was planning for the community that had unknowingly nurtured the most dangerous predator in its history. The years following Nancy Fox's murder marked the beginning of what would become the most psychologically complex period in Dennis Rader's criminal evolution. As the 1980s dawned, the BTK killer entered what investigators would later term his dormancy phase, a period of apparent inactivity that would last for nearly 15 years and fundamentally alter the nature of the investigation from an active manhunt into a cold case that haunted an entire generation of law enforcement officers. But dormancy was a misleading term for what Dennis Rader was actually experiencing during these years. Far from being inactive, he was undergoing a careful reinvention of his methodology, learning to channel his compulsions in ways that wouldn't attract the intense scrutiny that his earlier crimes had generated. The monster hadn't disappeared. He had simply learned to hunt more carefully, to kill more selectively, and to satisfy his psychological needs through methods that left fewer traces for investigators to follow. The selection of Marine Hedge as his next victim demonstrated this evolution in terrifying detail. Unlike his previous targets, who had been chosen through systematic surveillance or opportunistic encounters, Marine was selected through Rader's most intimate knowledge of potential victims. She was his neighbor, a 63-year-old widow who lived just a few houses away from his own family residence. The psychological significance of this choice cannot be overstated. Dennis Rader had reached a level of confidence and psychological sophistication where he felt comfortable hunting literally in his own backyard, where he could study his intended victim's routine through casual observation, where he could plan her murder while maintaining normal neighborly interactions that would never arouse suspicion. Marine Hedge represented the perfect synthesis of opportunity and psychological gratification for a killer whose methods had become increasingly refined over the previous decade. She lived alone, maintained a predictable routine, and most importantly, trusted the quiet man next door who occasionally helped with household tasks and always had a friendly greeting when they encountered each other in their shared neighborhood. On April 27, 1985, Dennis Rader implemented what he would later describe as his most artistically satisfying murder plan. The method he used to gain access to Marine's home revealed the disturbing intimacy of his relationship with his chosen victim. He didn't need to break in, didn't need to defeat locks or security systems. Marine Hedge opened her door willingly to the neighbor she had known for years, the helpful man who had offered to check on a problem with her telephone service. The betrayal of trust that followed was as methodical as it was monstrous. Within minutes of entering Marine's home, Rader had transformed from helpful neighbor into predator, binding the elderly woman with techniques perfected through years of experience and refined through careful study of his own previous crimes. But Marine Hedge's murder represented more than just another victim in Dennis Rader's catalog of horrors. It marked the beginning of his experimentation with what he termed mobile killing, a technique that would allow him to commit murder without leaving behind the elaborate crime scenes that had characterized his earlier work. Rather than killing Marine in her own home, Rader transported her living but bound body to a remote location he had prepared specifically for this purpose. The psychological impact of this decision was profound. Marine's final moments were spent not in the familiar surroundings of her own home, but in a place of absolute isolation where her screams couldn't be heard and her suffering could be prolonged without fear of interruption. The location Rader had chosen for Marine's murder was a testament to his growing sophistication as a killer. It was isolated enough to provide complete privacy, accessible enough to transport a victim without excessive risk, and equipped with tools and restraints that transformed it into what could only be described as a portable torture chamber. The ritualistic aspects of Marine's murder were more elaborate than any of Rader's previous crimes. He had prepared specific scenarios, rehearsed certain interactions, and created what amounted to a script for the evening's entertainment. Marine wasn't just being killed. She was being forced to participate in a twisted theatrical production where Dennis Rader was simultaneously director, lead actor, and audience. The sexual sadism that had been present in his earlier crimes reached new levels of sophistication and depravity during Marine's final hours. Rader had learned to extend the psychological torture, to create hope and then destroy it repeatedly, to make his victim complicit in her own suffering through a combination of false promises and carefully calibrated threats. The photography that had begun with Nancy Fox's murder became central to Marine's death. Rader documented every phase of her suffering, creating what amounted to a how-to manual for sexual murder that revealed the clinical detachment with which he approached the destruction of human life. When Marine Hedge's body was eventually discovered, the crime scene revealed a new level of post-mortem manipulation that chilled investigators to their core. Her body had been positioned in specific poses, arranged and rearranged multiple times to satisfy whatever twisted aesthetic vision Rader was pursuing. This wasn't just murder, it was performance art using a human corpse as the medium. The investigation that followed Marine's discovery revealed disturbing evidence that the killer had returned to the scene multiple times after her death, apparently to photograph her body in different positions and states of decomposition. The psychological pathology this behavior represented was so extreme that even experienced criminal psychologists struggled to develop coherent explanations for such conduct. But perhaps the most terrifying aspect of Marine Hedge's murder was the revelation that it had been committed by someone with intimate knowledge of the victim's life, routine, and vulnerabilities. The investigation quickly focused on neighbors, acquaintances, and service personnel who would have had legitimate access to Marine's home and trust. Dennis Rader's name appeared on the initial suspect lists, but his position as a respected member of the community, his family connections, and his apparent cooperation with the investigation quickly moved him to the bottom of investigators' priorities. The psychological profile FBI analysts had developed suggested they were looking for a loner, someone socially isolated and possibly unemployed, the exact opposite of Dennis Rader's carefully constructed public persona. This misdirection allowed Rader to continue his criminal evolution without immediate pressure from law enforcement. The success of his deception gave him confidence to attempt even bolder crimes, secure in the knowledge that his mask of normalcy was sufficient to deflect suspicion even when he was killing virtually next door to his own home. The years that followed Maureen Hedges' murder saw Dennis Rader refining his mobile killing technique through a series of victims whose deaths would only be connected to BTK decades later. Vicky Wegirl, murdered on September 16, 1986, became the testing ground for Rader's most sophisticated psychological manipulation techniques. Vicky was a 28-year-old mother of 2 young children, a piano teacher who embodied everything that Dennis Rader had learned to despise about normal human happiness and domestic contentment. Her selection wasn't random. It was a deliberate choice to destroy not just one life, but an entire family's sense of security and wholeness. The method Rader used to gain access to the Wegirl home revealed his growing skill at exploiting people's trust and social expectations. He presented himself as a telephone repairman, complete with official-looking identification and a work order that referenced legitimate telephone problems in the neighborhood. The disguise was perfect, his manner professional and reassuring. When Vicky opened her door to the helpful repairman, she was inviting her own murderer into the home where her children played and slept, where family photographs recorded years of happiness and love, where the ordinary rhythms of domestic life had created the kind of peace that Dennis Rader found absolutely intolerable. The transformation that followed Vicky's admission of the fake repairman was swift and decisive. Within minutes, she found herself bound and helpless in her own living room while her infant daughter slept peacefully in the next room, unaware that her mother was experiencing the final moments of her life just a few feet away. Rader's treatment of Vicky Wegirl revealed new dimensions to his psychological pathology. The presence of her infant daughter added an element of psychological torture that fed his need for absolute control over his victim's emotional states. He forced Vicky to listen to her baby's innocent sounds while she died, ensuring that her final thoughts would be consumed with worry for the child she was leaving behind. The sexual assault that preceded Vicky's murder was more elaborate and prolonged than in previous cases, suggesting that Rader's compulsions were escalating in intensity and requiring increasingly extreme stimulation to achieve the same level of psychological satisfaction. The crime scene evidence revealed a killer who was no longer satisfied with simple murder. He needed extended periods of absolute control, prolonged suffering, and elaborate ritual to achieve the psychological release that drove his crimes. When Vicky's body was discovered by her husband returning from work, the scene that greeted him was carefully orchestrated to maximize psychological trauma for the survivor. Rader had positioned her body in a manner that would ensure maximum visual impact, transforming what should have been a private moment of grief into a final act of cruelty directed at the victim's family. The psychological impact on Vicky's husband and children would ripple through generations, creating trauma that would affect not just the immediate survivors, but their descendants for decades to come. Dennis Rader had learned to kill more than just his direct victims. He had perfected techniques for murdering hope, security, and innocence in ways that would echo through time. But it was during this period of apparent criminal success that the first cracks began to appear in Dennis Rader's psychological armor. The isolation required to maintain his double life, the constant vigilance needed to avoid detection, and the increasing complexity of his crimes were taking a psychological toll that even he couldn't ignore. The solution he developed was characteristically methodical and chillingly practical. He decided to go underground, to cease his killing activities while maintaining his fantasies through other means. The decision wasn't driven by conscience or fear of capture, but by a calculated assessment that the risks were beginning to outweigh the psychological benefits. This marked the beginning of what investigators would call BTK's cooling-off period, a span of years during which no murders could be definitively attributed to the killer. But Rader wasn't inactive during this time. He was evolving, finding new ways to feed his compulsions without creating the physical evidence that had made his earlier crimes so risky. He began stalking potential victims without killing them, breaking into homes to photograph personal items and steal souvenirs that he could use to fuel his fantasies. He developed elaborate scenarios involving his neighbors and coworkers, creating detailed plans for murders he never intended to commit but which provided psychological satisfaction through the planning process alone. Most disturbing of all, he began to document his crimes in writing, creating detailed accounts of his murders that read like instruction manuals for aspiring serial killers. These documents, which wouldn't be discovered until decades later, revealed the clinical detachment with which Rader viewed his victims and the systematic way he approached the destruction of human life. The years of apparent dormancy allowed the BTK investigation to fade from public attention, but never from the minds of the investigators who had dedicated their careers to catching the killer. Detective Ken Landwehr, who had worked the case since the early 1980s, became the unofficial keeper of the BTK flame, maintaining files, following leads, and waiting for the moment when the killer's compulsions would overcome his caution. That moment came in 2004, nearly 3 decades after BTK's first confirmed communication with police. The trigger was a magazine article about the unsolved BTK murders that suggested the killer was probably dead, that the case would never be solved, and that Dennis Rader had taken his secrets to the grave. For someone whose entire self-image was built around being recognized as a superior criminal mind, the suggestion that he was forgotten, dismissed, or deceased was psychologically intolerable. Dennis Rader's need for recognition and attention had remained constant throughout his years of dormancy, and the implication that his crimes were no longer considered significant was more than his ego could bear. The decision to resume communication with police was the first in a series of mistakes that would ultimately lead to his capture. On March 19, 2004, a package was discovered in a park in Wichita containing photographs of Vicki Wegerle's crime scene, along with a copy of her driver's license and other personal items that could only have been taken by her killer. The package was accompanied by a letter signed BTK, confirming that the dormant killer was active again after 17 years of silence. The psychological impact on the Wichita community was immediate and profound. The nightmare that many had hoped was over was beginning again. But Dennis Rader had made his first critical error. The technology available to investigators in 2004 was vastly superior to what had been available during his active killing years. DNA analysis, computer forensics, and digital imaging techniques had advanced to the point where evidence that had been useless in the 1970s and 1980s could now provide conclusive identification of suspects. The communication that followed between BTK and police revealed a killer whose psychological needs had evolved during his years of silence. He no longer seemed primarily interested in killing. Instead, he craved recognition, attention, and acknowledgement of his criminal superiority. He wanted to be studied, analyzed, and ultimately celebrated as the master criminal he believed himself to be. The cat-and-mouse game that developed over the following months would prove to be Dennis Rader's undoing. His need to communicate, to taunt, to prove his intellectual superiority to law enforcement made him increasingly careless about operational security. Each communication contained more clues, revealed more about his psychology, and provided investigators with additional avenues for investigation. The final communication came in the form of a floppy disk that Rader sent to police, believing that deleted files couldn't be recovered and that the disk couldn't be traced back to him. It was a fundamental misunderstanding of computer forensics that revealed how completely out of touch he had become with modern investigative techniques. Computer analysts were able to recover deleted files from the disk that revealed it had been used on a computer at Christ Lutheran Church in Wichita, where Dennis Rader served as council president. Within hours, investigators had identified their suspect and begun the surveillance that would lead to his arrest. On February 25, 2005, Dennis Lynn Rader was arrested near his home in Park City, Kansas, bringing an end to one of the longest-running serial killer investigations in American history. The man who had terrorized an entire community for 3 decades, who had killed 10 people and destroyed countless more lives through his reign of terror, was finally in custody. The arrest itself was anticlimactic. No dramatic chase, no violent confrontation, just a routine traffic stop that ended with the BTK killer in handcuffs, looking more like a confused middle-aged bureaucrat than the monster who had haunted Kansas for 31 years. But it was during the interrogation that followed his arrest that the true scope of Dennis Rader's psychological pathology became apparent. Far from showing remorse or attempting to deny his crimes, he displayed obvious pride in his accomplishments, eagerly providing detailed accounts of murders that investigators had never been able to solve. The confession he eventually provided was more than just an admission of guilt. It was a masterclass in serial killing given by someone who viewed himself as the ultimate expert on the subject. Rader described his crimes with clinical detachment, explaining his techniques, his victim selection process, and his methods of avoiding detection with the same tone he might have used to discuss installing a security system. Perhaps most chilling of all was his obvious expectation that investigators would appreciate the sophistication of his crimes, that they would recognize him as a master criminal worthy of their professional respect. The disconnect between his self-image and reality was so complete that even experienced interrogators found it difficult to maintain their composure while listening to his matter-of-fact descriptions of torture and murder. The trial that followed was less about determining guilt. Rader's detailed confessions had eliminated any doubt about his responsibility for the BTK murders, than about providing a public forum for the community to confront the monster who had shaped their lives for 3 decades. The impact statements provided by survivors and family members revealed the true scope of Dennis Rader's crimes. Beyond the 10 people he had murdered, he had destroyed the sense of security for an entire city, traumatized generations of children who had grown up in fear, and left psychological scars that would never fully heal. When Dennis Rader was sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole, it marked the end of one of the most significant serial killer cases in American history. But it also raised disturbing questions about the nature of evil, the psychology of murder, and the capacity for ordinary-appearing people to commit acts of unimaginable cruelty. The man who had called himself BTK, who had turned murder into an art form and terror into a science, would spend the rest of his life in a concrete cell. His freedom ended, but his legacy of fear permanently etched into the consciousness of everyone whose lives he had touched. Dennis Lynn Rader had finally achieved the recognition he had always craved, but not in the way he had imagined. He would be remembered not as a master criminal, but as a cautionary tale about the monsters that can hide behind the most ordinary faces, the evil that can flourish in the most mundane circumstances. The BTK killer was gone, but the questions he raised about human nature, criminal psychology, and the capacity for evil would continue to haunt investigators, psychologists, and ordinary citizens for generations to come. In the end, Dennis Rader had gotten exactly what he deserved. Not fame, but infamy. Not recognition as a superior criminal mind, but identification as one of the most depraved killers in American history. The monster who had fed on fear and thrived on terror had finally been caged, but the darkness he had revealed about human nature could never be completely contained. The story of BTK serves as a reminder that evil doesn't always announce itself with obvious signs or dramatic gestures. Sometimes it wears a helpful smile, installs your security system, and coaches your children's little league team. Sometimes the most dangerous predators are the ones who seem the most normal, the most trustworthy, the most ordinary. Dennis Rader's capture ended his reign of terror, but it also confirmed our worst fears about the nature of evil and the capacity for ordinary people to commit extraordinary acts of cruelty. The BTK killer is gone, but the lessons his crimes taught us about the darkness that can lurk behind the most mundane facades will echo through criminal psychology and law enforcement training for generations to come. The monster has been caged, but the questions he raised about human nature will never be fully answered. And perhaps that's the most terrifying legacy of all. The knowledge that somewhere, in some quiet neighborhood, another Dennis Rader might be hiding behind another ordinary face, waiting for the right moment to reveal the monster within. Story 2. The Monster of the Andes. Pedro Alonso Lopez. In the shadow-drenched valleys of the Andes Mountains, where mist clings to ancient peaks like the whispers of the damned, a predator prowled for 3 decades. His name was Pedro Alonso Lopez, but the world would come to know him by a title that chills the blood of every parent from Colombia to Ecuador: the Monster of the Andes. Between 1969 and 1980, Lopez claimed to have murdered over 400 innocent girls, making him arguably the most prolific serial killer in recorded history. His victims were children, defenseless, trusting souls whose lives were snuffed out by hands that knew no mercy. Their screams echoed through remote villages, their disappearances left families shattered, and their bodies were scattered across a killing field that spanned 3 countries. This is not just a story of murder. This is the chronicle of pure evil unleashed upon the world, a nightmare that stalked the Andes with the relentless hunger of an apex predator. Tonight, we descend into the abyss of Lopez's twisted mind, walk through his blood-soaked trail of terror, and witness how the most dangerous human being alive was finally caged, only to vanish back into the darkness from which he came. Prepare yourself, The monster of the Andes awaits. The year was 1948, when hell opened its gates in the remote Colombian town of Tolima. Pedro Alonso Lopez drew his first breath into a world already stained with violence, poverty, and despair. But even in this harsh landscape, no one could have predicted that this crying infant would grow into humanity's worst nightmare. Lopez's mother, Benilda Lopez de Castablanco, was a woman hardened by life's cruelest blows, a prostitute struggling to survive in a society that showed no mercy to women like her. She had already given birth to 12 other children. The 13th, Pedro, would become her curse and the world's horror. In the cramped, filth-ridden shack that served as their home, young Pedro witnessed scenes that would burn themselves into his developing mind like acid on flesh. Men came and went, using his mother's body for their pleasure while he cowered in dark corners, watching, learning, absorbing the twisted dynamics of power and submission that would later define his monstrous appetite. When Pedro was barely 8 years old, his mother made a decision that would set him on the path to becoming history's most prolific killer. Catching him in what she deemed inappropriate sexual behavior with his younger sister, Benilda's rage exploded like a volcano. Her punishment was swift and merciless. She threw her own son out onto the streets like garbage, abandoning him to the predators that prowled Colombia's urban jungle. The streets of Bogotá in the 1950s were no place for a child. They were hunting grounds where innocents went to die. Pedro, small and vulnerable, quickly became prey to the human wolves that stalked the city's shadows. An older man approached the frightened boy, offering food, shelter, and the promise of safety. But safety was the last thing this stranger provided. What happened next would twist Pedro's soul beyond recognition. The man who claimed to be his savior became his destroyer, subjecting the boy to horrific sexual abuse that lasted for months. The violation was so brutal, so complete, that it shattered whatever remained of Pedro's humanity. When he finally escaped his captor, he was no longer the same child who had been thrown onto the streets. Something fundamental had died inside him, replaced by a cold, calculating darkness that would eventually consume hundreds of innocent lives. But Pedro's nightmare was far from over. On the streets, he learned to survive by becoming what he hated most, a predator. He formed a gang with other abandoned children, and together they roamed the city like a pack of feral animals. Their first taste of blood came when they cornered a vagrant in an alley. Pedro, his eyes reflecting the same emptiness that had been carved into his soul, delivered the killing blow. The rush of power, the control over life and death, it was intoxicating. By the time he was 12, Pedro had killed 3 men. Each murder was more brutal than the last, each death feeding the growing monster inside him. His victims were vagrants, outcasts, men whose disappearances would barely be noticed by a society that had already forgotten they existed. But Pedro noticed. He remembered every scream, every plea for mercy, every moment when life fled from his victim's eyes. These memories became his treasure, his source of strength in a world that had shown him nothing but cruelty. The transformation was complete when Pedro committed his first rape. The victim was a young woman, barely older than himself, who had the misfortune of crossing his path during one of his nocturnal hunts. As he overpowered her, something clicked in his twisted mind, a connection between violence, sex, and absolute control that would define his killing spree for the next 3 decades. But it was his mother's rejection that truly created the monster of the Andes. In Pedro's fractured psyche, all women became extensions of Benilda, objects to be punished for the sins of the mother who had thrown him away like trash. His hatred festered and grew, feeding on itself until it became an all-consuming rage that could only be satisfied through the destruction of innocence. As Pedro entered his teenage years, his appearance began to match the darkness within. His eyes, once capable of reflecting childhood wonder, became cold and calculating, windows to a soul that had been thoroughly corrupted. His smile, when it appeared, never reached those dead eyes, creating an unsettling expression that would later terrify his victims in their final moments. The local authorities began to take notice of Pedro's activities, but he was always one step ahead. He had learned to read people, to identify the weak and the vulnerable with the precision of a shark sensing blood in the water. More importantly, he had learned to become invisible when necessary, blending into the background of Colombia's chaotic social landscape. In 1969, at the age of 21, Pedro Alonso Lopez made a decision that would seal his fate as history's most prolific serial killer. He would leave Bogotá and venture into the Andes Mountains, where isolated villages and scattered communities provided the perfect hunting ground for his twisted desires. The mountains, with their mist-shrouded peaks and hidden valleys, would become his killing fields. His first victim in the Andes was a 9-year-old girl named Maria Elena Vesquez. She was walking home from school through a mountain path when Lopez spotted her. The isolation was perfect. No witnesses, no one to hear her cries for help. What happened next established the modus operandi that Lopez would follow for the next 11 years. He approached Maria Elena with a friendly smile, offering her candy and asking for directions to a nearby village. The girl, trusting and innocent, saw no danger in the soft-spoken stranger. Lopez led her deeper into the forest, away from any possible help, before revealing his true nature. The terror in the child's eyes as she realized her mistake was the first of hundreds of such moments that Lopez would savor over the coming years. The murder was brutal and methodical. Lopez strangled Maria Elena slowly, watching the life drain from her eyes as he maintained complete control over her final moments. But the killing was only part of his ritual. After her death, he violated her small body, fulfilling the twisted sexual fantasies that had been growing in his mind since his own childhood abuse. When he was finished, Lopez disposed of the body with the same casual indifference he might show toward discarded garbage. He left Maria Elena's remains in a shallow grave, unmarked and unmourned, before disappearing back into the mists that cloaked the Andes. The monster of the Andes had claimed his first victim, but she would not be his last. Far from it. She was merely the opening note in a symphony of horror that would echo through the mountains for more than a decade, leaving a trail of broken families and murdered innocents that stretched across 3 countries. The monster had been born, shaped by cruelty and abandonment, and now he was loose upon the world. As Pedro Lopez melted back into the shadows of the Andes, planning his next hunt, one thing became terrifyingly clear. This was not the end of his killing spree. This was only the beginning. The mountains themselves seemed to whisper warnings of the horror to come, but no one was listening. No one suspected that they were now sharing their world with a predator whose appetite for death would prove to be utterly insatiable. The monster of the Andes had awakened, and the killing fields were calling his name. The Andes Mountains stretched before Pedro Lopez like a vast hunting preserve, teeming with prey. Remote villages, isolated farms, and scattered communities dotted the landscape, perfect targets for a predator who had perfected the art of making people disappear. Between 1969 and 1980, these ancient peaks would become the backdrop for the most extensive serial killing spree in recorded history. Lopez's method was as calculated as it was horrifying. He studied his hunting grounds with the patience of a career predator, mapping out escape routes, identifying vulnerable targets, and learning the routines of isolated communities. His victims were always the same girls between the ages of 8 and 12, chosen not randomly but with deliberate, chilling precision. The monster preferred his prey young because children were easier to overpower, less likely to be believed if they survived to tell their story, and their disappearances often went unreported for crucial hours or even days. In the poverty-stricken communities of rural Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador, missing children were tragically common, and Lopez exploited this harsh reality to feed his insatiable hunger. His appearance was his greatest weapon. Lopez had learned to present himself as harmless, a soft-spoken traveler, perhaps a merchant or laborer passing through. He dressed modestly, spoke gently, and could summon tears on command when spinning tales of his own hardships. To the outside world, he appeared to be just another face in the crowd of displaced people who wandered the Andes seeking work and survival. But behind this carefully constructed mask lurked a calculating predator who had refined his hunting techniques to a terrifying art form. Lopez would arrive in a village or community and spend days observing, learning schedules, identifying children who walked alone or lived in homes where their absence might not be immediately noticed. Orphans, street children, and girls from broken homes were his preferred targets, society's forgotten ones whose screams would echo unheard in the mountain valleys. The abduction of 10-year-old Carmen Rodriguez in the Colombian village of Genova exemplified Lopez's methodology. Carmen lived with her elderly grandmother, her parents having died in a bus accident years earlier. Every morning, she walked 3 kilometers to fetch water from a mountain spring, following the same path through dense forest that her family had used for generations. Lopez watched Carmen for 5 days, timing her routine down to the minute. On the 6th day, he positioned himself along her route, feigning injury and calling for help. When the compassionate child approached, Lopez grabbed her with lightning speed, clamping his hand over her mouth before she could scream. He dragged her deeper into the forest, to a cave he had prepared for exactly this purpose. What happened next followed the same horrifying pattern that Lopez would repeat hundreds of times. The cave became Carmen's prison and torture chamber, where Lopez subjected her to unimaginable sexual violence over the course of 3 days. He fed on her terror, savoring every moment of absolute control over another human being's life and death. Lopez's sexual sadism knew no bounds. He would rape his victims repeatedly, often while strangling them to the point of unconsciousness, only to revive them and continue the assault. The psychological torture was as brutal as the physical abuse. He would describe in graphic detail what he intended to do to them, forcing the children to beg for their lives while he laughed at their pleas. When Lopez finally tired of Carmen, he ended her life with the same methodical cruelty he had shown throughout her captivity. He strangled her slowly, watching her eyes as the light faded, experiencing what he later described as an almost supernatural rush of power and satisfaction. To Lopez, this moment of absolute dominion over life and death was better than any drug, more intoxicating than any pleasure the world could offer. After the murder, Lopez's behavior became even more disturbing. He would often keep the bodies for hours or even days, continuing to violate them long after death. This necrophilia was another layer of his twisted pathology. Even death could not free his victims from his monstrous appetite. The disposal of bodies revealed Lopez's cunning intelligence. He rarely buried his victims in the same location twice, instead scattering their remains across vast areas of wilderness where they might never be found. Some bodies were thrown into deep ravines, others were left in remote caves or buried in shallow graves beneath fallen trees. A few were dumped in fast-flowing mountain streams that would carry the remains far from the murder sites. This systematic dispersal of evidence was one of the reasons Lopez operated undetected for so long. Without bodies, there were no crime scenes. Without crime scenes, there were no investigations. The children simply vanished into the mist-shrouded mountains, leaving behind only grieving families and unanswered questions. But Lopez's appetite was growing stronger with each kill. What had started as sporadic murders became a regular pattern of predation. By 1972, he was killing at least once a month, sometimes more. His confidence grew with each successful hunt, and he began to take greater risks, staying closer to populated areas and keeping some victims for longer periods before murdering them. The case of 12-year-old Ana Lucia Moreno demonstrated how Lopez's methods had evolved. Ana Lucia was abducted from a market in Quito, Ecuador, in broad daylight. Lopez approached her while she was buying vegetables for her mother, striking up a conversation about her beautiful hair. When Ana Lucia's guard was down, he led her away from the crowded market square, claiming he wanted to show her some puppies in a nearby alley. Once out of sight, Lopez struck with viper-like speed. He rendered Ana Lucia unconscious with a chloroform-soaked rag, a new technique he had learned to subdue victims more efficiently. He then carried her to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city, where he had prepared a makeshift torture chamber complete with restraints and tools designed to maximize his victims' suffering. Ana Lucia's ordeal lasted for nearly a week. Lopez kept her chained to a wall, subjecting her to repeated sexual assaults while describing in vivid detail how her life would end. He forced her to participate in his fantasies, making her call him Papa while he violated her. The psychological torture was designed to completely break her spirit before he delivered the final blow. When Lopez finally murdered Ana Lucia, he did so with a new level of calculated cruelty. He strangled her while forcing her to look into a mirror, wanting her to see her own death reflected in her eyes. This mirror technique became one of his signature methods, a way to double the terror and give himself an even greater sense of godlike power over his victims. The disposal of Ana Lucia's body showed Lopez's increasing boldness. Rather than hiding her remains in a remote location, he left her mutilated corpse in a public park, posed in an obscene position that served as both a taunt to authorities and a warning to the community. The message was clear. The monster of the Andes could strike anywhere, anytime, and no child was safe. By 1975, Lopez had expanded his hunting grounds to include Peru, where the rugged terrain and limited law enforcement presence provided even more opportunities for predation. His victims there included indigenous children from isolated Quechua-speaking communities, children whose disappearances often went unreported because their families distrusted government authorities. One particularly heinous crime occurred in the Peruvian village of Ayacucho, where Lopez abducted 3 sisters, ages 8, 10, and 11, during a local festival. He lured them away from the celebrations with promises of showing them a magical cave filled with treasures. The girls, caught up in the excitement of the festival and trusting in the kindness of strangers, followed Lopez into the mountains. What Lopez did to those 3 sisters over the next 4 days defies description. He forced them to watch as he tortured and murdered each one, saving the youngest for last. The psychological trauma he inflicted was designed to maximize their terror and his own pleasure. He made them compete for his attention, promising that whoever pleased him most would be allowed to live, a lie that he delighted in revealing just before delivering the killing blow. The sisters' bodies were found months later by shepherds, arranged in a grotesque tableau that told the story of their final moments. The discovery sent shockwaves through the region, but Lopez had already vanished back into the vast labyrinth of the Andes, leaving behind only horror and unanswered questions. As the 1970s progressed, Lopez's kill rate accelerated dramatically. He was now murdering children almost weekly, his appetite for death growing stronger with each successful hunt. His techniques became more refined, his methods more brutal, and his confidence grew to the point of absolute arrogance. The monster had perfected his craft in the killing fields of the Andes, and he showed no signs of slowing down. If anything, the escalating frequency and brutality of his crimes suggested that Pedro Lopez was entering the most dangerous phase of his bloody career, a phase that would see his kill count soar into the hundreds and cement his reputation as history's most prolific serial killer. The mountains continued to echo with the screams of his victims, but the monster of the Andes was far from finished. His greatest horrors were yet to come, and the children of South America remained trapped in his ever-expanding web of terror. By 1976, Pedro Lopez had transformed into something beyond human, a perfectly evolved killing machine that stalked the Andes with supernatural efficiency. His body count had already reached staggering numbers, but what was coming would eclipse even his previous atrocities. The monster of the Andes was entering his most prolific period, a blood-soaked chapter that would see him claim hundreds of young lives across 3 countries. Lopez had refined his hunting techniques to a terrifying science. He no longer relied solely on opportunity. He created it. Like a military strategist planning a campaign, he would map out entire regions, identifying not just individual victims but whole communities ripe for predation. His intelligence network consisted of street children, beggars, and other social outcasts whom he paid small amounts of money to serve as his eyes and ears. The information they provided was invaluable. Lopez learned which families were struggling financially, which children walked alone to school, and which communities had limited law enforcement presence. He discovered that certain times of year, harvest seasons, religious festivals, market days, created perfect opportunities for abduction as normal routines were disrupted and children were less carefully supervised. His physical appearance had evolved as well. Years of mountain living had hardened Lopez's body into that of a natural predator. He could move through difficult terrain with the silence and agility of a wild animal, appear and disappear like a ghost, and survive for weeks in the wilderness with minimal supplies. His face, weathered by exposure and marked by an increasingly cold expression, had become a mask that concealed the monster within. But it was his psychological manipulation that had reached true mastery. Lopez could read children like books, instantly identifying their fears, desires, and weaknesses. He became whatever he needed to be: a lost grandfather seeking directions, a kind stranger offering sweets, a fellow child claiming to know where treasure was hidden. His ability to gain trust was so refined that many of his victims actually helped him plan their own abductions. The case of 8-year-old Isabella Vargas illustrated Lopez's evolved methodology. Isabella lived in a small Ecuadorian village where her mother worked as a seamstress and her father had recently died in a mining accident. Lopez observed the family for 2 weeks, learning that Isabella often felt lonely and craved adult attention. He approached her gradually over several days, first just waving from across the village square, then engaging in brief conversations about her mother's beautiful sewing, and finally offering to buy one of her mother's dresses as a gift for his own daughter. This gradual grooming process allowed Lopez to become a familiar, trusted figure in Isabella's young world before he struck. When Lopez finally abducted Isabella, she went willingly, excited to help him select the perfect dress for his daughter. By the time she realized the truth, she was already miles from the village, trapped in an abandoned mine shaft that Lopez had converted into his personal torture chamber. What Lopez did to Isabella over the next 6 days represented a new peak in his sadistic evolution. He had begun incorporating elements of ritual and ceremony into his murders, treating each killing as a sacred act that required specific preparations and procedures. The mine shaft had been decorated with twisted totems made from previous victims' belongings: hair ribbons, small shoes, torn clothing, creating a shrine to his own monstrous appetites. Isabella was forced to participate in Lopez's elaborate rituals before her murder. He made her pray to him, worship him as a god, and thank him for the honor of dying by his hands. The psychological torture was designed to completely break her spirit and transform her into a willing sacrifice to his twisted religion of death. The sexual violence that accompanied these rituals had become increasingly elaborate and horrifying. Lopez used implements of torture that he crafted himself, devices designed to maximize pain while keeping his victims alive for as long as possible. He documented his actions in crude drawings, creating a visual record of his atrocities that he treasured like religious texts. When Lopez finally murdered Isabella, he did so during what he called his moment of divine power, the instant when he alone controlled whether another human being lived or died. He strangled her while reciting a twisted prayer of his own creation, claiming that he was sending her soul to a better place while keeping her body for his own purposes. The disposal of Isabella's remains marked another evolution in Lopez's methods. Rather than simply hiding the body, he created what he called gardens, locations where he arranged the remains of multiple victims in specific patterns that had meaning only to him. These gardens served both as monuments to his power and as places where he could return to relive his victories over life and death. By 1977, Lopez was killing at an unprecedented rate. Conservative estimates suggest he was murdering at least 3 children per month, but during certain periods, the frequency increased to multiple victims per week. His hunting grounds now spanned vast areas of Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, making him a transcontinental predator operating on a scale never before seen in criminal history. The village of La Paz in Colombia became one of Lopez's most profitable hunting grounds during this period. Over the course of 6 months, 7 children disappeared from this community of fewer than 300 people. The disappearances followed a pattern that should have been obvious in retrospect, but Lopez's ability to remain invisible between strikes meant that no one connected the dots until it was far too late. His first victim in La Paz was 10-year-old Miguel Santander, the son of the village's only schoolteacher. Miguel was walking home from school when Lopez approached him, claiming to be a government inspector who needed to speak with Miguel's father about important educational matters. The boy, raised to respect authority figures, accompanied Lopez without question. Lopez kept Miguel alive for 9 days, longer than any previous victim. During this extended captivity, he subjected the boy to every form of torture and abuse in his ever-expanding repertoire. He broke Miguel's fingers one by one, burned him with heated metal implements, and violated him repeatedly while describing in graphic detail how his parents were probably searching for him at that very moment. The psychological torture reached new depths of cruelty. Lopez forced Miguel to write letters to his parents, describing how much he missed them and begging them not to stop looking for him. These letters, which Lopez never intended to deliver, served to amplify Miguel's despair and increase Lopez's own sadistic pleasure. When Lopez finally murdered Miguel, he did so in front of a mirror he had positioned specifically for this purpose. He wanted to see his own face during the moment of killing, to witness the transformation that occurred when he crossed the line from torturer to executioner. The reflection showed him a face that was no longer entirely human, eyes that burned with an otherworldly darkness and a smile that belonged in the deepest circles of hell. Lopez's next victims in La Paz were twin sisters, Carmen and Rosa Medina, age 9. He abducted them simultaneously, a feat that required weeks of careful planning and preparation. The twins were inseparable, never going anywhere without each other, which presented both a challenge and an opportunity for Lopez's twisted desires. He lured them to an abandoned church outside the village, claiming that he had found injured puppies that needed their help. The girls, known throughout La Paz for their kindness to animals, couldn't resist the opportunity to help creatures in need. By the time they realized that no puppies existed, they were already trapped in Lopez's web of horror. What Lopez did to Carmen and Rosa over the next 5 days represented perhaps the most depraved acts in his entire killing career. He forced them to watch as he tortured each other, using their love as siblings as a weapon against them both. He made them choose which one would suffer next, threatening to kill them both if they refused to participate in his twisted games. The psychological manipulation reached unprecedented levels of cruelty. Lopez convinced each girl that she could save her sister by enduring greater suffering herself, creating a horrific competition where love itself became an instrument of torture. He filmed their ordeal with a primitive camera, creating a record that he treasured above all his other mementos. When Lopez finally murdered the twins, he did so in a ceremony that had evolved into a full-blown ritual of human sacrifice. He had constructed an altar from stones and bones, decorated with symbols carved from his victim's flesh, and surrounded by candles made from rendered human fat. The twins were the offerings in this blasphemous ceremony, their young lives sacrificed to feed Lopez's growing delusion that he was some sort of death god. The discovery of Carmen and Rosa's bodies 2 months later sent shockwaves through not just La Paz, but the entire region. Their remains had been arranged in a pattern that suggested ritualistic murder, and the evidence of prolonged torture was so extensive that even experienced investigators were sickened by what they saw. But Lopez was already moving on to new hunting grounds, leaving La Paz behind like a farmer who had harvested all the crops from one field and was moving on to the next. His appetite was growing stronger with each kill, his methods becoming more elaborate, and his confidence reaching levels of absolute arrogance. The monster of the Andes had become a force of nature, a walking embodiment of evil that swept through communities like a plague, leaving death and devastation in its wake. By the end of 1978, Lopez's own estimate put his kill count at over 300 children, a number so staggering that even he had begun to lose track of individual victims. The mountains themselves seemed to recoil from his presence, as if nature itself recognized that something fundamentally wrong was stalking the ancient peaks. Birds fell silent when he passed, animals fled his approach, and even the weather seemed to turn dark and threatening in his vicinity. But Lopez felt no remorse, no guilt, no recognition of the monstrous evil he had become. In his twisted mind, he was performing a sacred duty, cleansing the world of innocence and replacing it with his own brand of dark enlightenment. Each murder brought him closer to what he believed was his true destiny, to become death incarnate, the ultimate predator in a world full of prey. As 1979 dawned, Lopez was preparing for what would become his most ambitious hunting season yet. He had identified new territories to explore, new communities to terrorize, and new methods to perfect his craft of death. The harvest of innocence was far from over, and the monster of the Andes showed no signs of slowing down. The children of South America remained trapped in his nightmare, and the worst was yet to come. The year 1980 began like any other for Pedro Lopez, with meticulous planning for his next kill. He had spent the previous decade perfecting his craft, claiming hundreds of innocent lives across the Andes Mountains. His confidence had reached godlike levels. His methods had evolved into ritualistic perfection, and his appetite for death seemed utterly insatiable. But even the most cunning predator can make a fatal mistake, and Lopez's downfall would come not from the authorities who had failed to catch him for so long, but from his own escalating arrogance. The beginning of the end started in Ambato, Ecuador, a bustling market town that Lopez had identified as his next hunting ground. The community was perfect for his purposes, large enough to provide multiple targets but small enough that law enforcement presence was minimal. Children moved freely through the streets, vendors were distracted by business, and the chaos of market day provided excellent cover for abduction. Lopez had been stalking 12-year-old Carvina Poveda for 3 days, learning her routine as she helped her mother sell vegetables in the town square. Carvina was exactly his preferred type of victim, young, trusting, and from a family too poor to attract much attention from authorities if she disappeared. But Lopez had grown careless in his success, failing to notice that his surveillance had been observed by others. On March 9, 1980, Lopez made his move. He approached Carvina with his usual routine, claiming to need directions to a nearby village and offering to pay her for her help. As he led her away from the crowded market square toward his chosen abduction site, Lopez failed to notice the crowd that was beginning to follow them. Carvina's disappearance from the market had been witnessed by several other vendors, including members of the indigenous Ayacucho community who had lost children to mysterious disappearances over the past several years. Unlike the isolated rural communities where Lopez usually hunted, Ambato had a network of people who communicated with each other and looked out for suspicious behavior. When Lopez was spotted leading Carvina toward an abandoned building on the outskirts of town, a group of market vendors and local residents began following at a distance. Their suspicions were confirmed when they heard screaming coming from inside the building and saw Lopez emerge alone, adjusting his clothing in a way that suggested he had just committed sexual assault. The crowd surrounded the building and discovered Carvina inside, brutally beaten and sexually assaulted but miraculously still alive. Her testimony, delivered between sobs of terror and pain, painted a picture of Lopez's modus operandi that matched the pattern of missing children throughout the region. For the first time in his killing career, Pedro Lopez had left behind a living witness. The crowd's reaction was swift and violent. They dragged Lopez from his hiding place and began beating him with clubs, stones, and bare hands. The rage of parents who had lost children, the fury of a community that had lived in fear, and the primal human need for justice all combined into a lynching that would have ended Lopez's life if not for the intervention of American missionary Rhoda Walters. Walters had been working in the area and witnessed the mob justice beginning to unfold. Despite knowing what Lopez had done, her religious convictions compelled her to save him from the crowd and turn him over to proper authorities. This decision, motivated by Christian mercy, would have profound consequences for justice and for Lopez's ultimate fate. Lopez was taken into custody by Ecuadorian police on March 9, 1980, ending his decade-long killing spree but beginning a legal nightmare that would prove almost as disturbing as his crimes. The authorities who interrogated him quickly realized they had captured something unprecedented in criminal history, a serial killer whose scope and methodology exceeded anything previously documented. Under interrogation, Lopez initially denied any involvement in murders beyond the assault on Carvina Poveda. But as evidence mounted and pressure increased, his facade began to crack. The breakthrough came when investigators found Lopez's collection, hundreds of personal items taken from his victims over the years, hair ribbons, small shoes, torn clothing, and crude drawings depicting his murders created an undeniable record of his atrocities. Faced with this overwhelming evidence, Lopez's psychological defenses finally collapsed. In a series of confessions that lasted for days, he admitted to murdering more than 300 children across Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. But even more disturbing than the numbers were the details he provided: graphic descriptions of torture, sexual violence, and ritualistic murder that left even experienced investigators struggling to maintain their composure. Lopez showed no remorse during these confessions. Instead, he seemed to take pride in his accomplishments, describing his murders with the enthusiasm of an artist discussing his masterpieces. He drew maps showing where bodies were buried, provided detailed accounts of his methods, and even offered to lead police to some of the remote locations where his victims' remains could be found. The investigation that followed Lopez's arrest revealed the true scope of his crimes and exposed the systematic failures that had allowed him to operate undetected for so long. Hundreds of missing children reports that had been filed separately across 3 countries suddenly formed a pattern that should have been obvious years earlier. The monster of the Andes had hidden in plain sight, exploiting the lack of communication between law enforcement agencies and the tragic reality that poor children from rural communities were often overlooked by authorities. Recovery teams led by Lopez found the remains of 53 victims, though this represented only a fraction of his claimed kill count. Many bodies had been buried in remote locations that were now inaccessible, while others had been destroyed by time, weather, and scavenging animals. Each discovery brought closure to some families, but opened fresh wounds for others who realized their missing children had likely suffered similar fates. The forensic evidence painted a picture of systematic torture and sexual violence that defied comprehension. Many victims showed signs of prolonged captivity, indicating they had been kept alive for days or weeks while Lopez satisfied his sadistic appetites. The ritualistic positioning of some remains suggested that Lopez's murders had evolved from simple killings into elaborate ceremonies celebrating his power over life and death. Lopez's trial began in 1981 and quickly became a media sensation that shocked the world. Details of his crimes were so horrific that many newspapers refused to print them, while others warned readers about the disturbing nature of the coverage. The courtroom itself became a theater of horror where Lopez recounted his murders with clinical precision, showing no emotion except occasional flashes of pride when describing particularly brutal acts. The psychological evaluation of Lopez revealed a mind that had been completely corrupted by violence and abuse. Experts testified that his childhood trauma had created a monster incapable of empathy, remorse, or any normal human emotion. He viewed his victims not as human beings but as objects to be used for his pleasure and discarded when he was finished with them. But Lopez's evaluation also revealed a cunning intelligence that had allowed him to evade capture for so long. He understood police procedures, legal systems, and human psychology well enough to manipulate them all to his advantage. Even in custody, he attempted to negotiate better treatment by providing information about additional victims and crime scenes. The verdict, when it came, seemed almost anticlimactic given the magnitude of Lopez's crimes. Ecuador's legal system had no provision for life imprisonment or the death penalty for his offenses. Lopez was sentenced to 16 years in prison, less than 3 weeks for each of the children he admitted to murdering. The inadequacy of this sentence sparked international outrage and highlighted the tragic gap between Lopez's monstrous crimes and the justice system's ability to punish them. But the legal proceedings were far from over. Colombia and Peru both sought Lopez's extradition to face charges for murders committed in their territories. The prospect of facing justice in Colombia was particularly terrifying for Lopez. Their legal system included provisions for life imprisonment and had a far less lenient approach to violent crime. In Garcia Moreno prison in Quito, Lopez found himself in an environment almost as dangerous as the streets where he had learned to kill. His crimes against children had made him a target for other inmates, many of whom had children of their own and viewed child killers as the lowest form of life. Lopez was placed in protective custody, but even this couldn't completely shield him from the rage of prisoners who saw him as a monster deserving of death. The prison environment seemed to have little effect on Lopez's psychological state. He remained unrepentant, often bragging to guards and fellow inmates about his crimes. He drew detailed maps of murder sites from memory, wrote lengthy accounts of his adventures in the mountains, and even attempted to recruit other inmates to continue his work upon their release. Dr. Marco Villickers, the prison psychiatrist assigned to Lopez's case, later described him as the most dangerous individual he had ever encountered. Lopez showed no capacity for rehabilitation, Villiers noted in his reports. He viewed his crimes not as evil acts but as natural expressions of his superior nature. In his mind, he was a predator fulfilling his destiny, and prison was merely a temporary inconvenience. Lopez's behavior in prison reinforced this assessment. He showed no interest in rehabilitation programs, refused to participate in group therapy sessions, and spent most of his time reliving his murders through detailed written accounts and crude artwork. His cell became a shrine to his own evil, decorated with drawings of his victims and maps of his killing grounds. The most disturbing aspect of Lopez's incarceration was his continued planning for future murders. He maintained detailed lists of potential victims, drawn from memory of children he had observed but not yet killed. These lists included physical descriptions, behavioral patterns, and strategic assessments of how each child could be abducted and murdered. Lopez treated his imprisonment as merely a pause in his career, not an ending. In 1994, after serving just 14 years of his 16-year sentence, Pedro Lopez was released from Garcia Moreno prison due to good behavior, a decision that horrified law enforcement officials, victims' families, and the international community. The monster of the Andes was free once again, despite having shown no signs of remorse or rehabilitation. Colombian authorities were waiting for Lopez upon his release, immediately arresting him on charges related to murders committed in their territory during the 1970s. But their legal system proved equally inadequate to the task of containing such a monster. Lopez was declared insane and committed to a psychiatric hospital rather than prison, a decision that would prove to have catastrophic consequences. The Bogotá Psychiatric Hospital where Lopez was confined was a crumbling institution with minimal security and inadequate staffing. Patients routinely escaped, and Lopez immediately began planning his own departure from the moment he arrived. He manipulated staff members with his charm and intelligence, convinced doctors that he was responding to treatment, and carefully studied the facility's weaknesses. On February 2, 1998, Pedro Lopez simply walked out of the psychiatric hospital and vanished into the streets of Bogotá. Security cameras captured him leaving the building in broad daylight, but by the time his absence was discovered hours later, he had completely disappeared. The monster of the Andes was loose once again, and this time there would be no capture. What happened to Lopez after his escape remains one of the most terrifying mysteries in criminal history. Some law enforcement officials believe he returned to his old hunting grounds in the Andes Mountains, resuming the killing spree that had been interrupted by his capture. Others suggest he may have fled to other countries, possibly Brazil or Venezuela, where he could continue his predatory activities with even less risk of detection. The most disturbing possibility is that Lopez simply picked up where he left off, using the skills and knowledge he had refined over decades to continue murdering children while avoiding the mistakes that had led to his capture. His intimate knowledge of remote mountain regions, his ability to move undetected through difficult terrain, and his mastery of psychological manipulation would make him nearly impossible to track if he chose to resume his activities. Reports of missing children in rural areas of South America increased significantly after Lopez's disappearance, though establishing any connection to the escaped killer proved impossible. The remote nature of these disappearances, combined with the inadequate resources available to rural law enforcement agencies, created the perfect environment for Lopez to continue his reign of terror. Intelligence reports from Interpol and various South American law enforcement agencies suggested possible Lopez sightings over the years, but none could be confirmed. He had become a ghost story, a nightmare figure who might be lurking in any shadow, stalking any isolated child, continuing the harvest of innocence that had defined his existence for 3 decades. The psychological impact of Lopez's escape extended far beyond his potential victims. Families throughout the Andes region lived in constant fear, afraid to let their children out of sight even for a moment. The knowledge that history's most prolific serial killer was somewhere out there, possibly hunting again, created a climate of terror that persisted long after his disappearance. Some experts believe Lopez may have died in the years following his escape, possibly killed by vigilantes who recognized him or by the harsh conditions of mountain survival. Others maintain that a predator of his skill and experience could easily have continued operating indefinitely, adapting his methods to new circumstances while feeding his insatiable appetite for murder. The truth is that Pedro Lopez, the monster of the Andes, simply vanished into the darkness from which he had emerged decades earlier. His ultimate fate remains unknown, but his legacy of terror continues to haunt the mountains and valleys where he once prowled. Parents still tell their children stories about the monster who steals away bad boys and girls, not realizing they are describing a very real predator who may still be out there, waiting in the shadows. The case of Pedro Alonso Lopez stands as one of the most horrifying examples of human evil in recorded history. His confirmed kill count of over 300 children makes him the most prolific serial killer ever documented, but the true number of his victims may never be known. His crimes revealed the tragic vulnerabilities of society's most defenseless members and exposed the systematic failures that allowed him to operate undetected for so long. Perhaps most terrifying of all is the knowledge that Lopez was never truly brought to justice. His brief imprisonment was merely an intermission in a career of murder that may have resumed the moment he regained his freedom. Somewhere in the vast wilderness of South America, the monster of the Andes may still be hunting, still feeding his insatiable hunger for death, still adding to a body count that was already beyond comprehension. The children of the Andes continue to disappear, and Pedro Lopez's shadow continues to loom over every unexplained vanishing. Until his body is found or his death is confirmed, the nightmare that began in 1969 remains unfinished. The monster of the Andes walks free, and innocence itself remains his prey. In the end, Pedro Lopez achieved what every serial killer dreams of but few accomplish. He became immortal through his evil. His name will forever be synonymous with the darkest depths of human depravity, and his crimes will continue to terrify and horrify long after everyone who knew his victims has passed away. He became exactly what he always wanted to be: death incarnate, fear personified, and evil given human form. The monster of the Andes got away with murder, literally hundreds of them, and somewhere in the shadows of South America, he may still be getting away with it. Story 3. The Drifter's Trail of Terror, Henry Lee Lucas. In the suffocating darkness of a Texas interrogation room, a one-eyed drifter with yellowed teeth and a serpent smile leaned forward and whispered words that would send shockwaves through America's law enforcement community. "I killed them all." His name was Henry Lee Lucas, and what followed was a confession spree that would claim responsibility for over 600 murders, making him potentially the most prolific serial killer in American history. But behind the confessions lay a web of lies, manipulation, and genuine terror that would blur the lines between truth and fiction, leaving investigators questioning everything they thought they knew about evil itself. The story of Henry Lee Lucas begins not with his first murder, but with his first breath, drawn in a ramshackle cabin in the godforsaken wilderness of Blacksburg, Virginia, on August 23, 1936. From the moment he entered this world, Lucas was marked for darkness, branded by circumstances so twisted and horrific that they would forge him into something barely recognizable as human. His mother, Viola Lucas, was a creature of pure malevolence, a backwoods prostitute whose idea of maternal care involved forcing her young son to watch as she serviced clients in their one-room hovel. The cabin reeked of unwashed bodies, stale whiskey, and something far more sinister, the suffocating atmosphere of absolute despair. Viola, missing several teeth and bearing the permanent scars of countless violent encounters, ruled her household with an iron fist wrapped in barbed wire. Henry's father, Anderson Lucas, was little more than a ghost haunting the periphery of their nightmarish existence. A double amputee who had lost both legs in a railroad accident, he crawled through life on his hands and knees, reduced to begging for scraps of dignity from a woman who viewed compassion as weakness. The sound of his body dragging across the splintered wooden floors became the soundtrack to Henry's childhood, a constant reminder that in the Lucas household, survival came at the cost of one's humanity. But it was Viola's boyfriends who truly transformed young Henry's world into a living hell. These men, drifters, criminals, and predators, treated the Lucas cabin as their personal playground of perversion. They beat Henry with belt buckles until his back became a canvas of raised scars. They forced him to witness acts of sexual violence that no child should ever see. And when they grew bored with tormenting him, they would disappear into the night, only to be replaced by others just as vicious, just as hungry for inflicting pain. The pivotal moment in Henry's psychological destruction came when he was 7 years old. His half-brother, desperate to rid himself of Henry's constant crying and pleading for help, convinced him to play a game that involved lying down on the railroad tracks. As the massive steam engine barreled toward the terrified child, Henry rolled away at the last possible second, but not quickly enough. The train's wind and debris caught him, driving splinters of wood and metal into his left eye, destroying it completely. For 3 agonizing days, Henry lay in the cabin, his ruined eye socket weeping blood and pus, while Viola refused to seek medical attention. She claimed doctors cost money they didn't have, but the truth was far more sinister. She simply didn't care if her son lived or died. When infection set in and Henry's screams became too loud for even her twisted sensibilities to ignore, she finally dragged him to a local clinic. The doctor, horrified by the extent of neglect, was forced to remove what remained of Henry's eye, leaving behind an empty socket that would forever mark him as different, damaged, dangerous. The glass eye that replaced his natural one became both a shield and a weapon. Behind its lifeless surface, something dark and hungry began to grow. A rage so pure and concentrated that it would eventually consume everything in its path. Henry learned to stare at people with his one good eye while the glass one remained fixed and unblinking, creating an unsettling effect that made even hardened criminals look away. It was during these early years of torment that Henry discovered his first taste of power, the ability to make others uncomfortable, to project the same fear that had been inflicted upon him. School offered no respite from his home life. Henry arrived each day unwashed, wearing clothes that reeked of poverty and neglect. His missing eye made him a target for bullies who sensed weakness like sharks smell blood in the water. But Henry was learning, adapting, becoming something more dangerous than his tormentors could imagine. When a classmate named Billy Shrout pushed him one too many times, Henry waited until after school, then cornered the boy behind the gymnasium. What happened next would be Henry's first real taste of violence as a source of control. Using a broken bottle he'd found in a trash bin, Henry slashed at Billy's face, opening a gash that would require 12 stitches to close. As blood poured from the wound and Billy screamed in terror and pain, Henry felt something awaken inside him. A dark satisfaction that was better than any drug, more intoxicating than any pleasure he had ever known. The power to hurt, to control, to decide who lived and who suffered. It was a revelation that would shape every moment of his remaining life. The juvenile authorities were called, but in the rural Virginia of the 1940s, such incidents were often swept under the rug, especially when they involved children from the lowest rungs of society. Henry received a stern warning and was released back into Viola's care, where his punishment was swift and brutal. She beat him with a leather strap until his back was raw and bleeding, not because she cared about his violent behavior, but because his actions had drawn unwanted attention from authorities. It was around this time that Henry began experimenting with animals, first with insects, then with mice and rats he trapped around the cabin. He discovered that he could extend their suffering almost indefinitely if he was careful, if he learned exactly how much pain a living creature could endure before death claimed it. The basement of the Lucas cabin became his private laboratory, where he conducted experiments in agony that would have made seasoned torturers recoil in horror. Henry's fascination with death grew more sophisticated as he aged. He learned to read the signs of approaching demise in his victims' eyes, the moment when hope finally died and was replaced by resignation. He discovered that different creatures made different sounds when subjected to prolonged torment, and he began to catalog these vocalizations like a scientist studying bird calls. The knowledge he gained from these sessions would later serve him well when he graduated to human victims. By the time Henry reached his teenage years, his transformation into something monstrous was nearly complete. His missing eye had left him partially blind, but his remaining senses had sharpened to an almost supernatural degree. He could smell fear on people from yards away, could detect the subtle changes in breathing and heart rate that indicated vulnerability. Most importantly, he had learned to mimic normal human emotions and responses, creating a mask of normalcy that he could wear when necessary. The final piece of Henry's psychological puzzle fell into place during a particularly violent confrontation with one of Viola's boyfriends, a hulking brute named Drexel who enjoyed beating Henry with a section of rubber hose. On this particular night, Drexel had been drinking more heavily than usual, and his blows came harder and more frequently than Henry had ever experienced. But instead of crying or begging for mercy as he always had before, Henry found himself analyzing the attack with cold, clinical detachment. He studied the way Drexel's arm moved as he brought the hose down, calculated the force behind each blow, estimated how long it would take for the man to tire. And in that moment of absolute clarity, surrounded by pain and brutality, Henry Lee Lucas understood his true nature. He wasn't a victim anymore. He was a predator in training, and the world was full of prey just waiting to be harvested. The realization filled him with a sense of purpose he had never known before. Every beating, every humiliation, every moment of suffering had been preparing him for something greater. He began to see his childhood not as a series of random cruelties, but as a carefully orchestrated education in the art of inflicting pain. Viola hadn't been destroying him. She had been creating him, molding him into the perfect instrument of death. As Henry lay in his blood-soaked bed that night, listening to Drexel's drunken snores echoing through the cabin, he began to plan, not just for revenge against those who had wronged him, but for something far more ambitious. He would take everything he had learned about fear, pain, and death, and he would share that knowledge with the world. The thought of the terror he would spread, the lives he would control and ultimately end, filled him with a warm satisfaction that was better than any childhood comfort he had never received. The boy who had entered that cabin years ago was gone, consumed by something darker and more terrible than even Viola could have imagined. In his place lay a calculating predator, already planning his first real kill, already selecting his first victim from among the people who had made his life a living hell. Henry Lee Lucas, the monster, had been born at last, and the world would never be the same. The transition from torturing small animals to taking human life is a chasm that most people, even those harboring dark fantasies, never cross. For Henry Lee Lucas, that leap came with the terrifying ease of stepping off a curb. At 17, his psychological metamorphosis reached its inevitable conclusion on a night soaked in blood and bathed in the unholy satisfaction of absolute power over life and death. The date was January 12, 1954, and Henry had been planning his first human kill for months. His target wasn't a stranger. It was 17-year-old Laura Burnsley, a local girl who had made the fatal mistake of rejecting his advances at a school dance. In Henry's twisted logic, her rejection wasn't just personal humiliation. It was an insult that demanded the ultimate retribution. He had watched her for weeks, learning her routines, studying her habits like a biologist observing a specimen destined for dissection. Laura walked home alone from her job at the local five and dime store every evening, taking a shortcut through a wooded area that bordered the railroad tracks where Henry had lost his eye a decade earlier. The poetic justice of this location wasn't lost on him. It seemed appropriate that his transformation from victim to predator should occur in the very place where his childhood had effectively ended. Henry positioned himself behind a massive oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky like arthritic fingers. He had armed himself with a railroad spike he'd pried from the tracks, a weapon that seemed almost ceremonial in its significance. His heart pounded with anticipation as he heard Laura's footsteps approaching, her shoes crunching on the frost-covered leaves that carpeted the forest floor. When she passed his hiding spot, Henry emerged from the shadows like death itself. Laura barely had time to register his presence before he struck, driving the iron spike into her temple with enough force to penetrate her skull completely. The sound it made, a wet, grinding crack followed by an almost musical chime as the metal struck bone, would haunt and thrill Henry for the rest of his life. But Laura didn't die immediately, and in those final moments of her existence, Henry discovered something about himself that was more terrifying than his capacity for violence. He was aroused by her suffering. As she lay convulsing in the dirt, blood pouring from her shattered skull, Henry experienced a sexual excitement so intense it left him gasping. The combination of absolute power and impending death created a narcotic effect that was more addictive than any substance ever created. Henry spent the next hour with Laura's dying body, studying every nuance of her death throes. He watched the light fade from her eyes, felt her pulse grow weaker and more erratic, listened to the wet, rattling sounds that escaped from her punctured skull. When she finally succumbed, Henry experienced something approaching religious ecstasy, a sense of having touched the divine through the act of destruction. The murder of Laura Burnsley should have been Henry's downfall. Small-town investigations were thorough, and the victim was well known in the community. But Henry had chosen his timing perfectly. A traveling carnival had been in town the week of the murder, bringing with it the usual collection of drifters, con artists, and petty criminals. When Laura's body was discovered 3 days later, partially consumed by wild animals, the investigation naturally focused on these transient suspects who had already moved on to their next destination. Henry played his role as a concerned community member perfectly. He attended Laura's funeral, even offering condolences to her grief-stricken parents with such apparent sincerity that they thanked him for his kindness. Watching their tears, seeing their absolute devastation, provided Henry with another surge of that intoxicating sense of power. He had caused this pain, created this suffering, and none of them suspected that the source of their agony was standing right beside them, wearing a mask of false sympathy. The success of his first murder gave Henry a confidence that bordered on arrogance. He had crossed the ultimate line and emerged unscathed, undetected, and hungry for more. But he was smart enough to know that immediate repetition would draw unwanted attention. Instead, he began to perfect his craft through careful observation and meticulous planning. Henry started frequenting the local morgue, claiming to be interested in mortuary science as a career path. The undertaker, Mr. Clemens, was impressed by the young man's apparent dedication and allowed him to observe autopsies and embalming procedures. What Clemens didn't realize was that Henry was conducting his own form of research, studying the effects of different types of trauma on the human body, learning how to inflict maximum damage with minimum evidence. During these sessions, Henry discovered that he possessed an almost supernatural ability to compartmentalize his emotions. While other observers grew queasy at the sight of open corpses and extracted organs, Henry remained coldly analytical, taking mental notes on decomposition rates, wound patterns, and the telltale signs that might lead investigators to a killer. This knowledge would prove invaluable in his future crimes. Henry's second murder came 6 months later, but this time his victim was chosen not for personal reasons, but as an experiment in technique. Homeless individuals had begun appearing around the railroad yards, Depression-era drifters looking for work or transportation to more promising locations. Henry selected a middle-aged man named Curtis Briggs, who had been sleeping in an abandoned boxcar. The killing of Curtis Briggs was methodical and educational. Henry used a different weapon, a length of piano wire he had fashioned into a garrote, and employed a different method of attack. Instead of the explosive violence he had used on Laura, Henry opted for slow strangulation, savoring every moment of Curtis's desperate struggle for air. The man's face turned purple, then black, his eyes bulging from their sockets as capillaries burst under the pressure. But it was what Henry did after Curtis died that truly revealed the depths of his depravity. Using knowledge gained from his morgue visits, he performed his own crude autopsy on the corpse, opening the chest cavity to examine the heart and lungs. He was fascinated by the physical evidence of the man's final moments, the petechial hemorrhages in the eyes, the crushed cartilage in the throat, the way the tongue protruded grotesquely from the swollen lips. Henry disposed of Curtis's body by dismembering it with tools stolen from a local slaughterhouse, then scattering the pieces along different sections of railroad track. He calculated that the train traffic would further destroy the evidence while making it appear that Curtis had been the victim of an accidental encounter with a locomotive. The plan worked perfectly. Curtis Briggs was listed as a transient fatality, another casualty of life on the rails. The pattern Henry established during these early murders would remain consistent throughout his killing career. Careful victim selection, thorough planning, creative disposal methods, and meticulous attention to avoiding detection. But perhaps most importantly, he learned to feed off the fear and suffering of his victims, developing an almost supernatural ability to extend their agony while maintaining complete emotional control. By his 18th birthday, Henry had claimed at least 4 more victims: a young mother whose car had broken down on a lonely stretch of highway, 2 teenage boys who had been hitchhiking through the area, and an elderly shopkeeper who had the misfortune of staying late to balance his books. Each murder was different, each killing more elaborate than the last, as Henry experimented with various methods of inflicting death. The shopkeeper's murder was particularly significant because it marked Henry's first use of what would become his signature post-mortem ritual. After beating the old man to death with a crowbar, Henry arranged the body in a seated position behind the store counter, propping him up so that he appeared to be sleeping. Then Henry spent several hours in the shop, eating food from the shelves and engaging in one-sided conversations with the corpse, treating it like a macabre companion. This necrophilic behavior wasn't sexual in nature, at least not entirely. For Henry, the dead represented the ultimate captive audience, victims who could never reject him, never run away, never call for help. They were perfect companions in his twisted worldview, eternally available to witness his power and superiority. The control he felt over these lifeless forms was more intoxicating than any living relationship could ever be. As Henry's body count grew, so did his confidence and sophistication. He began keeping trophies from his victims, jewelry, identification cards, personal items that served as tangible reminders of his conquests. He stored these mementos in a wooden box hidden beneath the floorboards of the Lucas cabin, creating a shrine to his developing expertise in the art of murder. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of Henry's early killing spree was his complete lack of remorse or emotional disturbance. While most serial killers struggle with guilt, paranoia, or psychological deterioration, Henry seemed to thrive on his secret life. He slept soundly, ate heartily, and even showed improvement in his social interactions. The act of killing had somehow completed him, filling a void in his psyche that had existed since childhood. The only person who seemed to suspect that something had changed in Henry was his mother, Viola. She noticed that he had become more confident, more assertive, less willing to tolerate her abuse. On several occasions, she caught him staring at her with an expression that made her genuinely uncomfortable. A cold, calculating look that suggested he was seeing her not as his tormentor, but as his next potential victim. Their relationship reached its breaking point on a humid summer evening in 1955. Viola had been drinking heavily and began berating Henry with particular viciousness, calling him a worthless, one-eyed freak who would never amount to anything. But instead of cowering as he had in the past, Henry simply smiled, a slow, predatory expression that transformed his scarred face into something nightmarish. "Keep talking, Mama," he said quietly, his voice carrying a threat so subtle yet unmistakable that Viola actually took a step backward. "Just keep talking." For the first time in her life, Viola Lucas looked at her son and saw something that terrified her. The boy she had tortured and degraded for nearly 2 decades had become something else entirely. Something that viewed her not with fear or hatred, but with the clinical interest of a predator sizing up prey. In that moment, she realized that she had created a monster, and that monster was now living under her roof, growing stronger and more dangerous with each passing day. The confrontation ended without violence, but both mother and son knew that their relationship had fundamentally changed. Henry was no longer Viola's victim. If anything, their roles were beginning to reverse. As he went to bed that night, Henry found himself wondering how long it would be before he added his mother's name to his growing list of conquests, and the thought filled him with a dark anticipation that was almost overwhelming in its intensity. The year 1960 marked the beginning of what would become America's most terrifying killing spree, a cross-country rampage of murder and mayhem that left a trail of mutilated corpses stretching from coast to coast. Henry Lee Lucas, now 24 years old and fully evolved into a remorseless killing machine, had discovered the perfect hunting ground, the vast network of highways and interstates that connected the nation's cities and towns. After serving a brief stint in prison for burglary, a sentence that only served to harden his already twisted psyche, Henry emerged from behind bars with a new companion who would share in his reign of terror. Otis Toole was a pyromaniac and serial killer in his own right, a deranged individual whose appetite for violence perfectly complemented Henry's methodical approach to murder. Together, they formed a partnership that would terrorize the American landscape for the next 2 decades. Toole was everything Henry wasn't, impulsive where Henry was calculating, chaotic where Henry was organized, sexually deviant where Henry was primarily motivated by the psychological aspects of killing. Standing 6 feet tall with wild, unkempt hair and eyes that held a manic gleam, Toole had been setting fires and torturing animals since childhood. His background was almost as horrific as Henry's, featuring a grandmother who dressed him as a girl and forced him to participate in satanic rituals, and a mother who sold his body to pedophiles for drug money. Their partnership began in a Jacksonville, Florida, soup kitchen where both men had gone seeking a meal. Henry recognized something familiar in Toole's dead-eyed stare, the same predatory emptiness that he saw in his own reflection. Within hours of meeting, they were sharing stories of their criminal activities, each trying to outdo the other with tales of increasingly depraved violence. By the end of that first night, they had claimed their first victim together, a homeless woman whose body they left burning in a drainage ditch on the outskirts of the city. The murder of the homeless woman established the pattern that would define their partnership. Henry would select and stalk the victims, using his cold intelligence to identify vulnerable targets and plan the attacks. Toole would provide the muscle and the sadistic creativity, often suggesting new methods of torture and mutilation that even Henry found impressively cruel. Together, they created a killing machine that was more efficient and more brutal than either could have been alone. Their preferred hunting grounds were truck stops, rest areas, and the stretches of lonely highway that connected America's small towns. They drove stolen vehicles, usually cars taken from previous victims, and presented themselves as harmless drifters looking for work or rides. Henry's missing eye actually worked in their favor, making him appear pitiful and non-threatening to potential victims who felt sorry for his obvious disability. One of their earliest joint victims was a traveling salesman named Robert Patterson, who made the fatal mistake of offering them a ride outside of Gainesville, Florida. Patterson was driving a nearly new Buick and wearing an expensive watch, details that Henry noted immediately upon entering the vehicle. But it wasn't robbery that motivated the attack that followed. It was the opportunity to test their teamwork on a victim who represented everything they despised about normal, successful society. 20 miles outside of town, Henry suggested they stop at a roadside picnic area so Toole could relieve himself. Patterson, eager to be helpful, pulled into the deserted rest stop without suspicion. The moment he turned off the engine, Toole produced a knife and held it to the salesman's throat, while Henry moved to the passenger side of the car. What followed was 3 hours of systematic torture that reduced Patterson from a confident businessman to a whimpering, broken shell of humanity. They used techniques Henry had learned during his solo-killing career, combined with innovations that Toole contributed from his own twisted imagination. They burned Patterson with cigarettes, carved words into his flesh with the knife, and forced him to call his wife and tell her goodbye without explaining why. The psychological torment was almost as horrific as the physical abuse. Henry whispered detailed descriptions of what they planned to do to Patterson's family, how they would find his home address in his wallet and pay his wife and children a visit. Toole added his own contributions, describing sexual acts so depraved that Patterson begged them to simply kill him and end his suffering. When they finally grew bored with their victim's anguish, Henry ended Patterson's life with a single stab wound to the heart, but not before forcing him to watch as Toole mutilated his genitals with the knife. The salesman's final expression was one of absolute terror and incomprehension, unable to understand how his simple act of kindness had led to such unimaginable horror. They disposed of Patterson's body by dragging it into a nearby swamp, where alligators and other scavengers would eliminate most of the evidence. His car became their new transportation, complete with fake identification they created using his personal documents as a template. To anyone who saw them, they appeared to be legitimate travelers, just 2 friends on a cross-country road trip. The Patterson murder established the template for hundreds of killings that would follow. Henry and Toole became nomadic predators, striking without warning and disappearing back into the anonymity of America's highways before investigators could even identify their victims. let alone track down the perpetrators. They perfected the art of victim selection, targeting individuals who wouldn't be immediately missed: hitchhikers, runaways, migrant workers, and other marginalized members of society. Their killing methods evolved with each murder, becoming increasingly sophisticated and horrifically creative. They experimented with different weapons, from traditional firearms and blades to improvised instruments of torture. Henry developed a particular fondness for piano wire garrotes, which allowed him to control the timing of his victims' deaths with surgical precision. Toole preferred more immediate gratification, often using hammers or tire irons to inflict massive blunt force trauma. But it was their post-mortem activities that truly set them apart from other serial killers. Henry's fascination with death extended far beyond the actual killing, leading him to engage in elaborate rituals with the corpses of their victims. He would arrange bodies in specific positions, sometimes creating grotesque tableaus that told stories of suffering and degradation. Toole's pyromaniac tendencies meant that many of their victims' remains were reduced to ash and bone fragments, eliminating crucial forensic evidence while satisfying his compulsion to destroy. One of their most horrific crimes occurred in the summer of 1962, when they encountered a family of 4 whose car had broken down on a remote stretch of highway in New Mexico. The father, Tom Richardson, was attempting to repair a radiator leak while his wife Sarah kept their 2 young children, 8-year-old Michael and 6-year-old Jennifer, entertained in the shade of a roadside tree. Henry and Toole approached under the pretense of offering assistance, and Tom gratefully accepted their help. But the moment Henry got close enough, he struck Tom in the head with a wrench, dropping him unconscious to the asphalt. Sarah's scream was cut short by Toole's hand over her mouth, and within seconds, the family was completely under their control. What happened next was so brutal that even hardened homicide detectives who eventually investigated the scene required psychological counseling. Henry and Toole loaded the family into their own station wagon and drove them to an abandoned ranch house they had discovered earlier in their travels. There, over the course of 2 days, they subjected the Richardson family to torments that defied comprehension. The children were forced to watch as their parents were tortured and murdered. Sarah Richardson endured sexual assault, mutilation, and prolonged strangulation before Henry finally ended her suffering. Tom Richardson was kept alive longer, subjected to methodical dismemberment while conscious, his screams echoing through the empty ranch house as Henry demonstrated his extensive knowledge of human anatomy. The children's fate was perhaps the most horrific aspect of the entire crime. Henry had developed a particular interest in the psychology of terror in young victims, studying how children processed extreme trauma differently than adults. He conducted what he called experiments on Michael and Jennifer, subjecting them to psychological torture that was calculated to break their minds before breaking their bodies. When they finally grew bored with the Richardson family, Henry and Toole killed the children with a single bullet each to the back of the head, the only mercy shown during the entire ordeal. They burned the ranch house to the ground with the bodies inside, creating a conflagration that could be seen for miles across the desert landscape. By the time investigators reached the scene, little remained except charred bones and the twisted metal frame of the family's station wagon. The Richardson murders became Henry and Toole's template for family annihilation, a method they would employ at least a dozen more times during their partnership. They developed specific techniques for controlling multiple victims simultaneously, using fear and the threat of harming family members to ensure compliance. Henry's psychological insights proved particularly valuable in these situations, as he understood exactly how to manipulate parental instincts to maintain control over entire families. Their killing spree accelerated throughout the 1960s and 1970s, with some estimates suggesting they were claiming new victims almost weekly during certain periods. They crisscrossed the country like angels of death, leaving behind a trail of mutilated corpses and traumatized communities. Their victims included truck drivers, waitresses, store clerks, motel owners, and countless others whose only crime was being in the wrong place when Henry Lee Lucas and Otis Toole crossed their paths. Law enforcement agencies struggled to connect the dots between crimes occurring in different states and jurisdictions. The mobility of the killers, combined with their careful victim selection and evidence destruction techniques, made it nearly impossible to establish patterns or predict where they might strike next. Each murder appeared to be an isolated incident, a random act of violence with no apparent connection to similar crimes happening hundreds of miles away. But Henry was keeping meticulous records of their activities, maintaining detailed journals that documented not only the locations and methods of their murders, but also his analysis of each victim's psychological responses to torture and impending death. These notebooks, filled with his spidery handwriting and crude anatomical drawings, read like the research notes of a demonic scientist conducting experiments on human suffering. The partnership between Henry and Toole represented the perfect storm of psychopathic collaboration. Two damaged individuals whose combined pathologies created something far more dangerous than either could have been alone. They fed off each other's depravity, constantly pushing the boundaries of cruelty and violence in an endless competition to see who could devise more creative methods of inflicting pain. As the body count mounted and their confidence grew, Henry began to believe that he was untouchable, that his intelligence and careful planning made him immune to capture. He started taking greater risks, sometimes returning to crime scenes to observe the investigations, delighting in the confusion and frustration of the authorities who couldn't understand what they were dealing with. But every predator eventually encounters prey that fights back, and Henry Lee Lucas was about to discover that even the most careful monster can make a fatal mistake. The error that would finally bring his reign of terror to an end was already taking shape, hidden in the chaos of his own success, waiting to destroy the carefully constructed facade that had allowed him to kill with impunity for so long. The beginning of the end for Henry Lee Lucas came not through brilliant detective work or forensic breakthroughs, but through the most mundane of circumstances: a routine traffic violation on a dusty Texas highway in June of 1983. What should have been a simple speeding ticket evolved into one of the most controversial criminal investigations in American history, as Henry began spinning a web of confessions that would claim responsibility for murders he couldn't possibly have committed while revealing the terrifying scope of those he actually had. The arrest occurred in Montague County, Texas, when Sheriff Bill Conway pulled over a battered orange Datsun for driving erratically on Interstate 35. Behind the wheel sat Henry Lee Lucas, now 46 years old and bearing the accumulated wear of nearly 3 decades as a nomadic killer. His passenger was 15-year-old Becky Powell, Otis Toole's young niece, who had become Henry's common-law wife in a relationship that defied both legal and moral boundaries. Sheriff Conway immediately sensed something unsettling about the pair. Henry's single-functioning "I held the dead" calculating stare that experienced law enforcement officers learned to recognize as a warning sign. The girl seemed terrified, not just of the police interaction, but of her companion. When Conway ran Henry's identification through the system, he discovered an outstanding warrant for weapons violations, enough to hold both suspects while he investigated further. What Conway couldn't have known was that he had just apprehended America's most prolific serial killer at a moment of personal crisis that would ultimately lead to his downfall. Henry and Becky had been living as fugitives for months, constantly moving to stay ahead of law enforcement, while Henry's paranoia grew increasingly severe. The relationship with Becky, which had begun as another form of psychological domination, had evolved into something resembling genuine affection, the closest thing to love that Henry's damaged psyche could experience. But even this twisted approximation of a normal relationship was doomed by Henry's fundamental nature. 3 months earlier, during an argument about Becky's desire to return to Florida and rejoin her family, Henry's rage had exploded with the same lethal force he had directed at hundreds of previous victims. In a moment of blind fury, he had stabbed Becky to death with a carving knife, then sexually assaulted her corpse before dismembering the body and scattering the pieces across multiple states. The psychological impact of murdering the only person he had ever felt anything resembling love for created a crack in Henry's carefully constructed emotional armor. For the first time in his adult life, he experienced something approaching remorse, not for the act itself, but for the loss of the only human being who had ever provided him with companionship without fear. This emotional disruption would prove to be his psychological undoing. Locked in a cell in the Montague County Jail, Henry began to experience a phenomenon that psychiatrists would later struggle to explain. The walls he had built around his memories started to crumble, allowing suppressed recollections of his crimes to surface with vivid, overwhelming intensity. He found himself reliving murders he had committed decades earlier, experiencing them with the same visceral impact as when they had actually occurred. But it was Texas Ranger Phil Ryan who provided the key that would unlock Henry's confessions. Ryan was an old-school investigator who understood that successful interrogation was as much about psychology as it was about evidence. He recognized that Henry possessed an overwhelming need for attention and validation, a desperate hunger to be seen as important and feared. Ryan began feeding that need, treating Henry not as a common criminal, but as a criminal mastermind whose exploits deserved recognition. "You know, Henry," Ryan said during one of their early sessions, "I've been doing this for 23 years, and I've never met anyone quite like you. The things you've done. Most people couldn't even imagine them." The comment struck Henry like an electric shock. For nearly 3 decades, he had committed the most heinous crimes imaginable, yet he had never received credit for his accomplishments. The murders had been attributed to other suspects, dismissed as accidental deaths, or simply gone unnoticed entirely. The opportunity to finally reveal the true scope of his activities was irresistible. Henry's first confession concerned the murder of an elderly woman in Texas, a crime he had actually committed but which had been classified as a natural death. The victim, 82-year-old Kate Rich, had been a friend of Becky's family who had tried to convince the girl to leave Henry and return home. In Henry's twisted logic, this interference had signed the old woman's death warrant. The murder of Kate Rich demonstrated Henry's evolution as a killer. Gone was the impulsive violence of his early crimes, replaced by cold calculation and methodical planning. Henry had visited Rich's isolated farmhouse under the pretense of doing odd jobs, gaining her trust over several weeks before striking. When he finally made his move, he strangled the elderly woman with his bare hands, then violated her corpse in ways that defied description. But it was his disposal of the body that revealed the true depths of his depravity. Henry dismembered Rich's corpse with surgical precision, using knowledge gained from decades of mutilating victims. He burned most of the remains in a wood stove, but kept certain pieces as trophies, a practice he had refined since his earliest murders. The few bone fragments that remained were scattered across hundreds of miles of Texas countryside, making positive identification nearly impossible. Ryan listened to Henry's detailed confession with a mixture of fascination and revulsion. The level of detail was extraordinary. Henry could describe not only what he had done, but why he had chosen specific methods, how he had avoided detection, and what psychological satisfaction he had derived from each aspect of the crime. It was clear that this was no false confession designed to gain attention. This was the testimony of a genuine monster describing his life's work. Word of Henry's cooperation spread quickly through law enforcement circles, and soon detectives from across the country were making pilgrimages to the Texas jail where America's most prolific serial killer was being held. Each investigator arrived with files of unsolved murders, hoping that Henry might provide the key to cases that had baffled them for years. What followed was a confessional marathon that would last for months and ultimately encompass over 600 murders spanning nearly 3 decades. Henry seemed to possess an eidetic memory for violence, recalling details about crimes committed 20 years earlier with startling clarity. He could describe the clothing his victims had been wearing, the expressions on their faces as they died, the sounds they made during their final moments. The confession regarding the murder of Adam Walsh, the 6-year-old son of future America's Most Wanted host John Walsh, sent shockwaves through the nation. Henry claimed that he and Otis Toole had abducted the boy from a Hollywood, Florida shopping mall in 1981, then subjected him to sexual torture before decapitating him with a machete. The confession was so detailed, so horrifically specific, that investigators had no choice but to take it seriously. According to Henry's account, they had lured Adam away from the video game section of a Sears store while his mother shopped nearby. The boy had been trusting, following them willingly when they claimed they were security guards who needed to ask him some questions. They had driven him to a remote canal in the Everglades, where Toole had satisfied his pedophilic urges while Henry watched and planned the boy's ultimate fate. The murder itself, as Henry described it, was a masterpiece of calculated cruelty. They had kept Adam alive for hours, subjecting him to psychological and physical torture that was designed to maximize his terror without killing him quickly. Henry had made the boy call out for his parents, knowing that no help would come, savoring the child's growing desperation and fear. When they finally tired of their games, Henry had forced Adam to kneel beside the murky canal water while Toole held his arms. Using a rusty machete they had found in an abandoned fishing shack, Henry had severed the boy's head with 3 powerful strokes, the blade grinding against vertebrae as Adam's life ended in a fountain of arterial blood that painted the swamp grass crimson. The confession provided closure for the Walsh family while simultaneously opening new wounds. John Walsh, who had spent years searching for his son's killer, found himself face to face with a monster whose capacity for evil exceeded his worst nightmares. The knowledge that Adam had suffered before his death was almost unbearable, but it was preferable to the uncertainty that had haunted the family for years. But as Henry's confessions continued, discrepancies began to emerge that troubled investigators. He was claiming responsibility for murders that had occurred simultaneously in different states, describing crimes with details that didn't match physical evidence, and demonstrating knowledge of cases that had never been publicized. The realization gradually dawned that Henry was not just confessing to his actual crimes. He was also fabricating murders that had never happened or claiming credit for killings committed by other people. The truth was that Henry Lee Lucas had discovered the ultimate form of manipulation and control. By confessing to unsolved murders, he could command the attention of law enforcement officials, victims' families, and the media in ways that his actual crimes had never achieved. Each confession brought new investigators to his cell. Each detail provided new opportunities to demonstrate his superiority over the normal people who feared him. Dr. Joel Norris, a forensic psychiatrist who interviewed Henry extensively, described him as a masterpiece of psychological manipulation wrapped in the shell of a barely literate drifter. Henry had learned to read people with supernatural accuracy, determining exactly what they wanted to hear and providing it in carefully measured doses. His confessions became performances, each one tailored to the specific audience of investigators, attorneys, and reporters who came to witness his revelations. The false confessions served multiple purposes beyond simple attention-seeking. They allowed Henry to control the narrative of his crimes, positioning himself as the ultimate criminal mastermind rather than the opportunistic predator he had actually been. They provided him with a sense of power over the justice system itself, as investigators scrambled to verify his claims and allocate resources based on his statements. Most importantly, they allowed him to continue terrorizing victims' families and communities long after his arrest. The psychological games Henry played with his interrogators were extraordinarily sophisticated. He would provide accurate details about genuine crimes to establish credibility, then gradually introduce fabricated elements that investigators couldn't easily verify. He studied crime scene photographs and police reports, memorizing details that he could later incorporate into false confessions. He even developed different personas for different types of crimes, adopting the speech patterns and behavioral tics that he believed would make him more convincing. One of his most elaborate deceptions involved a series of murders in California that he claimed to have committed with Charles Manson. Henry described participating in helter-skelter killings that had never been documented, providing such vivid details that investigators initially believed they had uncovered a previously unknown aspect of the Manson family crimes. Only after extensive investigation did they realize that Henry had constructed his narrative from newspaper accounts, crime scene photos, and his own imagination. The revelation that many of Henry's confessions were false created a crisis within law enforcement agencies across the country. Hundreds of murder cases had been officially closed based on his statements, providing closure to families and communities while allowing the real perpetrators to escape justice. The Texas Rangers, who had initially celebrated Henry as the key to solving decades of cold cases, found themselves in the embarrassing position of having to reopen investigations they had confidently declared solved. But the most disturbing aspect of Henry's deception was the grain of truth embedded within his lies. While he had fabricated many of his confessions, his actual crimes were so numerous and so heinous that the false statements were often overshadowed by genuine revelations of murder and torture. Investigators found themselves in the impossible position of trying to separate fact from fiction while dealing with a suspect whose real activities were more than sufficient to justify multiple life sentences. The psychological evaluation of Henry Lee Lucas revealed a mind that had been so thoroughly corrupted by violence that it could no longer distinguish between reality and fantasy. Decades of murder had created a mental landscape where imagined crimes held the same emotional weight as actual killings. Henry genuinely believed some of his false confessions, having convinced himself through repetition and elaboration that events he had invented had actually occurred. Dr. Dorothy Lewis, a psychiatrist specializing in violent criminals, described Henry as a man who had become addicted to death itself. The act of killing had provided him with such intense psychological satisfaction that he continued to experience that euphoria through detailed recollections, both real and imagined. His confessions were essentially a form of reliving his crimes, allowing him to re-experience the power and control that had defined his existence. The partnership with Otis Toole, which had been central to many of Henry's most heinous crimes, had ended years before his arrest under circumstances that revealed the ultimate futility of their relationship. The two killers had gradually grown to despise each other, competing for dominance within their murderous partnership until cooperation became impossible. Their final separation occurred after a violent confrontation in which each man had attempted to kill the other, a fitting end to a collaboration built on mutual destruction. Toole's independent activities during their partnership had been every bit as horrific as their joint crimes. His pyromaniac tendencies had led him to commit a series of arson murders, trapping victims in burning buildings while he watched from nearby locations. His pedophilic urges had resulted in the sexual torture and murder of numerous children, crimes so depraved that even Henry found them difficult to contemplate. The investigation into Henry's claims ultimately revealed that he had been personally responsible for at least 60 confirmed murders, with the actual number likely being significantly higher. His victims included men, women, and children from every social and economic background, united only by their fatal misfortune of crossing paths with one of history's most remorseless killers. The families of Henry's victims faced the devastating realization that their loved ones had suffered unimaginable torments before death. The psychological impact of learning the details of these crimes created secondary victims: parents, siblings, spouses, and children who would spend the rest of their lives haunted by knowledge of what had been done to people they cherished. Henry's manipulation of the justice system continued even after the true scope of his deceptions became clear. He retracted his confessions, then renewed them, then modified them again, creating a constantly shifting narrative that kept investigators and attorneys scrambling to determine the truth. He seemed to take sadistic pleasure in the confusion he created, viewing it as a continuation of the power games he had played throughout his criminal career. The legal proceedings against Henry Lee Lucas became a labyrinth of competing claims, contradictory evidence, and jurisdictional disputes. Prosecutors in multiple states sought to try him for murders he may or may not have committed, while defense attorneys argued that his confessions were the product of mental illness and police manipulation. The complexity of the case created opportunities for endless appeals and delays, ensuring that Henry would remain in the spotlight for years to come. In 1998, after spending 15 years on death row, Henry Lee Lucas achieved one final moment of notoriety when Texas Governor George W. Bush commuted his death sentence to life imprisonment, the only such commutation Bush granted during his tenure as governor. The decision was based not on mercy or doubt about Henry's guilt, but on questions about which specific murder he should be executed for, given the unreliability of his confessions. The commutation ensured that Henry would spend the rest of his life behind bars, but it also denied his victims' families the closure that his execution might have provided. Instead, he continued to manipulate the system from his prison cell, granting interviews to journalists and criminologists while maintaining the elaborate fiction that he was cooperating with authorities to solve cold cases. Henry Lee Lucas died in prison on March 12, 2001, taking with him the truth about dozens of murders that would never be definitively solved. His death was as unremarkable as his life had been extraordinary, a heart attack that claimed him quietly in his sleep, providing him with a peaceful end that stood in stark contrast to the violent deaths he had inflicted on so many others. The legacy of Henry Lee Lucas extends far beyond the number of people he killed or the false confessions he provided. He represents the ultimate failure of society's safety mechanisms, a predator who exploited every weakness in the system designed to protect innocent people from violence. His crimes revealed the vulnerability of marginalized populations who became his preferred victims, and his confessions exposed the dangers of confirmation bias within law enforcement agencies eager to solve cold cases. Perhaps most disturbing of all, Henry Lee Lucas demonstrated that evil can wear a human face while remaining fundamentally inhuman in its nature. His ability to mimic normal emotions and relationships while harboring the capacity for unimaginable cruelty serves as a reminder that monsters can walk among us undetected, waiting for the right moment to reveal their true nature. The highways and back roads where Henry hunted his victims still carry traffic today, filled with travelers who remain unaware of the horrors that once stalked these same routes. But for those who knew his story, who understood the scope of his crimes and the depth of his depravity, every lonely stretch of asphalt serves as a memorial to the victims whose screams once echoed across the American landscape, carried away by the wind and lost forever in the darkness that Henry Lee Lucas left in his wake. The case files remain open on dozens of murders that may never be definitively attributed to Henry Lee Lucas or cleared from the books. His legacy is one of uncertainty, fear, and the chilling knowledge that somewhere in America's past, a one-eyed drifter with the soul of a demon walked freely among the innocent, leaving behind a trail of blood and terror that may never be fully understood or properly measured. In the end, Henry Lee Lucas achieved the immortality he had always craved, not through fame or accomplishment, but through the enduring horror of his crimes and the lasting trauma inflicted on everyone whose lives he touched. His name has become synonymous with evil itself, a reminder that sometimes the monsters we fear in our nightmares are not fantasy at all, but walking realities whose capacity for darkness exceeds our ability to comprehend or forgive. Story 4: Peter Sutcliffe, the Yorkshire Ripper. In the shadow-drenched streets of Yorkshire, where fog clung to cobblestones like the breath of the damned, a predator stalked through the night. Between 1975 and 1980, 13 women would draw their final breath at the hands of a monster who prowled the darkness with a carpenter's hammer and a sharpened screwdriver. Their screams echoed through empty alleyways. Their blood stained the very soul of northern England, and their names became eternal reminders of humanity's capacity for unspeakable evil. This is the story of Peter Sutcliffe, the Yorkshire Ripper, a man whose ordinary facade concealed a mind twisted by delusion and an insatiable hunger for violence. For 5 years, he transformed the industrial heartland of England into a hunting ground, leaving behind a trail of shattered lives, terrorized communities, and investigative failures that would haunt law enforcement forever. Tonight, we descend into the abyss of one of Britain's most notorious serial killers. We'll walk the blood-soaked path he carved through Yorkshire and Manchester, examine the brutal methodology of his attacks, and uncover how a truck driver from Bingley became the embodiment of pure malevolence. But be warned, this journey into darkness will test the very limits of human comprehension, for some evils are so profound they scar the soul itself. In the grimy industrial town of Bingley, West Yorkshire, where mill chimneys pierced the sky like blackened fingers clawing at heaven, Peter William Sutcliffe drew his first breath on June 2nd, 1946. The post-war landscape stretched before him, a world rebuilding from ashes, yet somehow perfect for nurturing the darkness that would soon consume him entirely. The Sutcliffe household was a cauldron of dysfunction, simmering with the kind of toxic masculinity that breeds monsters. John Sutcliffe, Peter's father, was a mill worker whose rough hands and rougher tongue shaped his son's earliest understanding of power and violence. Kathleen Sutcliffe, his mother, existed in the shadows of her husband's dominance, her spirit gradually withering under the weight of a loveless marriage. Young Peter was an unremarkable child, pale, slight, with eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. His classmates at Cottingley Manor School remember him as quiet, almost invisible, the kind of boy who lurked on the periphery of childhood games, watching with an intensity that made others uncomfortable. Teachers noted his below-average intelligence, his struggle with basic academics, and most disturbingly, his complete lack of empathy toward injured animals or distressed classmates. But it was in the suffocating confines of the family home where the true architect of horror began his work. John Sutcliffe's treatment of women was nothing short of contemptuous. He spoke of the opposite sex as objects to be used, discarded, and punished when they stepped out of line. These poison-laced lessons seeped into Peter's developing psyche like acid eating through metal, corroding any possibility of healthy relationships or normal emotional development. As Peter entered his teenage years, the industrial wasteland of 1960s Yorkshire provided the perfect backdrop for his metamorphosis. The landscape itself seemed designed for violence. Abandoned mills with broken windows that stared like dead eyes, narrow alleyways that swallowed sound, and a working-class culture that celebrated toughness while ignoring the warning signs of psychological disintegration. His first job at a local mill introduced him to the rhythmic pounding of machinery, sounds that would later echo in the deliberate, methodical nature of his attacks. Co-workers remember him as withdrawn, prone to muttering under his breath, and possessing an unnerving ability to appear suddenly without making a sound. He moved through the factory floor like a ghost, his presence barely registering until someone would turn and find him standing there, watching with those flat, emotionless eyes. It was during these formative years that Peter's relationship with women began to reveal its true, twisted nature. His interactions with the opposite sex were marked by an almost pathological need for control, coupled with a seething resentment that seemed to bubble just beneath his calm exterior. Former girlfriends would later describe feeling hunted in his presence, as if they were prey being stalked by a patient predator. The transformation accelerated when Peter met Sonia Surma, a Czech immigrant's daughter who would become both his wife and an unwitting catalyst for the horrors to come. Sonia was intelligent, educated, and possessed an independence that both attracted and infuriated Peter. Their relationship was a powder keg of psychological dysfunction, her mental health struggles providing him with a sense of superiority, while her occasional dominance triggered violent fantasies that grew more elaborate with each passing day. By 1969, Peter Sutcliffe had secured a position as a gravedigger at Bingley Cemetery, a job that seemed tailor-made for someone already fascinated by death. The irony was lost on no one who knew him. Here was a man who would spend his days surrounded by the deceased, preparing the ground for those whose time had ended, while secretly nurturing fantasies about hastening others' journeys to the same fate. The cemetery became his sanctuary of contemplation, a place where he could walk among the headstones and imagine the final moments of those buried beneath his feet. Co-workers noted his unusual enthusiasm for the more gruesome aspects of the job. His willingness to handle decomposed remains, his detailed knowledge of how bodies decayed, and his disturbing habit of making jokes about the dead that chilled even the most hardened cemetery workers. It was during this period that the voice first spoke to him. Peter would later claim that God himself had chosen him as an instrument of divine justice, commanding him to clean the streets of what he perceived as immoral women. Whether this divine communication was genuine delusion or convenient justification mattered little. The result was the same. The voice gave him permission to act on fantasies that had been building pressure like steam in a boiler, ready to explode with catastrophic force. His marriage to Sonia in 1974 should have provided stability, perhaps even redemption. Instead, it became the final catalyst for unleashing the monster that had been gestating in the darkness of his psyche for nearly 3 decades. Their honeymoon was a disaster of epic proportions. Sonia's expectations of intimacy and emotional connection clashing violently with Peter's inability to relate to women as anything other than objects to be controlled or destroyed. By 1975, all the elements were in place for one of British criminal history's most terrifying chapters. Peter Sutcliffe had reached his late 20s, that crucial age when serial killers often begin their campaigns of terror. He possessed a job as a lorry driver that gave him mobility and knowledge of the region's geography. His marriage provided a facade of normalcy that would shield him from suspicion for years to come. Most importantly, he had developed what he believed to be a divine mandate to kill. The voice in his head had grown louder, more insistent, filling the empty spaces of his consciousness with commands that felt as real and urgent as any earthly instruction. He had identified his targets. Women he deemed immoral, prostitutes, and those who walked alone at night, creatures he believed deserved punishment for their sins against his twisted interpretation of divine will. The industrial landscape of Yorkshire in the mid-1970s was perfect for his purposes. Economic decline had left entire neighborhoods in shadows, with broken streetlights and abandoned buildings providing countless opportunities for violence. The police force was understaffed and underfunded, more concerned with industrial disputes and political unrest than with protecting society's most vulnerable members. Peter had also begun to assemble his weapons of choice. A ball-peen hammer, selected for its perfect weight distribution and devastating impact potential. A sharpened screwdriver, filed to a point that could penetrate flesh and bone with minimal resistance. These tools would become extensions of his malevolent will, instruments through which he would channel years of accumulated rage and twisted religious fervor. As autumn settled over Yorkshire in 1975, casting longer shadows and bringing earlier darkness, Peter Sutcliffe prepared for his first strike. The monster was fully formed, hungry for blood, and ready to begin a reign of terror that would transform him from a nobody truck driver into one of history's most feared predators. The stage was set. The weapons were prepared. The voice was commanding him to act. And in the fog-shrouded streets of Yorkshire, 13 women walked unknowingly toward their fate, each step bringing them closer to an encounter with pure, concentrated evil that would forever change the landscape of British crime and leave scars on the collective psyche that would never fully heal. The Yorkshire Ripper was about to be born, delivered into the world through violence and baptized in blood. The fog rolled in from the Yorkshire moors like the breath of something ancient and malevolent, blanketing the streets of Keighley in a gray shroud that muffled sound and transformed familiar landmarks into sinister shadows. It was the kind of night when decent folk hurried home early, when the darkness seemed to press against windows with hungry fingers, when evil could move unseen through the arteries of a sleeping town. Peter Sutcliffe sat behind the wheel of his white Ford Corsair, engine idling softly in the gloom. His hands, those same hands that had once dug graves and now gripped a steering wheel, trembled slightly, not with fear, but with anticipation. Tonight, the voice that had whispered to him for months would finally be obeyed. Tonight, he would begin his holy work. Wilma McCann never saw him coming. The 38-year-old mother of four had spent the evening drinking at the Royal Standard pub in Chapeltown, Leeds. Her life had been a series of struggles, an alcoholic trapped in a cycle of poverty, prostitution, and desperation. She had been trying to make her way home when the white car pulled alongside her on Prince Philip Road, its headlights cutting through the fog like the eyes of some mechanical predator. "Need a lift, love?" The voice was soft, almost gentle. Peter had practiced this moment, rehearsed the words that would lure his victim into the trap. Wilma, cold and tired, her judgment impaired by alcohol, climbed into what she thought was salvation but was actually stepping into the maw of hell itself. The journey was short, a few minutes that stretched like hours in Peter's heightened state of anticipation. He drove to a desolate playing field near Scott Hall Avenue, where broken streetlights created pools of impenetrable darkness perfect for his purposes. The fog seemed to part before them, as if the very elements were conspiring to facilitate this act of ultimate evil. When the car stopped, Wilma's survival instincts finally awakened. Perhaps it was something in Peter's breathing, which had become ragged and excited. Perhaps it was the way his hands gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity. Or perhaps it was simply the primal recognition that she was alone with something inhuman. She tried to run. The hammer caught her on the back of the skull with a sickening crack that would haunt Peter's dreams. Not with horror, but with satisfaction. Wilma McCann crumpled to the frost-covered ground, blood streaming from the wound and mixing with the moisture in the grass to create a dark, viscous pool that reflected the distant streetlights like a mirror to hell. But Peter wasn't finished. The voice demanded completion, demanded that this cleansing be thorough and absolute. He pulled out the sharpened screwdriver, its point gleaming despite the dim light, and began his ritualistic mutilation. The blade pierced her abdomen repeatedly, each thrust accompanied by Peter's labored breathing and whispered words of justification. Prayers to his twisted God, explanations for why this woman deserved to die. When Peter Sutcliffe drove away from that blood-soaked field, he left behind more than just Wilma McCann's cooling corpse. He left his humanity, his last connection to the normal world, and any possibility of redemption. The man who had entered that fog as a disturbed truck driver emerged as something entirely different. A predator who had tasted blood and found it intoxicating beyond description. The discovery of Wilma's body the following morning sent shockwaves through the Yorkshire community. The brutality of the attack was unlike anything local police had encountered. The combination of blunt force trauma and post-mortem stabbing suggested a killer who was both methodical and completely divorced from normal human emotion. Detective Chief Superintendent Dennis Hoban, who would lead the initial investigation, stared down at the crime scene and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October morning air. The wounds told a story of calculated violence. The hammer blows had been delivered with precision, designed to incapacitate rather than immediately kill. The screwdriver attacks were concentrated on the abdomen and chest, penetrating vital organs with surgical accuracy. This wasn't a crime of passion or a robbery gone wrong. This was the work of someone who had planned every detail, who had fantasized about this moment until it became more real to him than his ordinary life. For Peter, returning home to his unsuspecting wife Sonia, the hours following the murder were like moving through a dream. The ordinary world seemed surreal after the intensity of what he had experienced. The taste of coffee, the sound of morning radio, the feeling of sunlight through the kitchen window. All of it felt muted, insignificant compared to the memory of that hammer connecting with flesh, the sensation of the screwdriver sliding through tissue, the final gasps of life escaping from his victim. In the weeks following Wilma McCann's murder, Peter Sutcliffe discovered that killing had awakened something in him that could never be satisfied. The voice in his head, once occasional and whispered, now spoke with commanding authority. It praised him for his successful cleansing, reminded him that there were many more sinful women who needed punishment, and urged him to continue his divine mission with increased frequency and intensity. His behavior at home became increasingly erratic, though Sonia was too wrapped up in her own mental health struggles to recognize the signs. Peter would disappear for hours at night, claiming to be visiting friends or working overtime. In reality, he was prowling the streets of Yorkshire's red light districts, studying potential victims, learning their routines, and planning future attacks with the methodical precision of a military strategist. The police investigation into Wilma McCann's murder quickly stalled. Without witnesses, DNA evidence, or any clear motive, detectives found themselves chasing shadows. The killer had left no fingerprints, no clear tire tracks, and no witnesses to his presence in the area. Peter had chosen his first victim and location with unconscious cunning. A marginalized woman in a desolate area where her screams would go unheard and her death would generate minimal public sympathy. This lack of progress only emboldened Peter further. He began to view himself as intellectually superior to the police, a criminal mastermind who could outwit the entire Yorkshire constabulary. The newspaper's coverage of the crime, which focused more on Wilma's lifestyle than on finding her killer, reinforced his belief that he was performing a valuable service for society. Emily Jackson never had a chance. The 42-year-old mother of three had been walking along Garrett's timber yard in Chapeltown, Leeds, when Peter's white Ford Corsair emerged from the shadows like a mechanical shark sensing blood in the water. Unlike his first victim, Emily wasn't a prostitute. She was simply a woman who had made the fatal mistake of walking alone at night in the hunting ground of a predator. Peter's approach was identical to his first attack. The gentle voice, the offer of help, the short drive to an isolated location. But this time, he had refined his technique, learned from the experience of killing Wilma McCann. The hammer blow was more precise, calculated to render unconsciousness without immediate death. He wanted his victims to experience what came next. The screwdriver work was more elaborate this time, more ritualistic. Peter had spent months fantasizing about this moment, and he was determined to savor every second. The blade penetrated Emily's torso 51 times, each thrust deeper and more violent than the last. Her blood soaked into the frozen ground, steaming in the cold January air as Peter worked with the focused intensity of someone performing sacred work. But it was what happened next that truly revealed the depths of Peter's depravity. Not content with murder, he used the screwdriver to carve deliberate patterns into Emily's flesh, marking her body with symbols that had meaning only to him. A crude attempt at a signature, perhaps, or simply the artistic expression of a mind completely severed from human empathy. The discovery of Emily Jackson's mutilated corpse confirmed what Detective Hoban had feared. They were dealing with a serial killer. The similarities between the two murders were too pronounced to be coincidental. The same weapon combination, the same targeting of women walking alone at night, the same post-mortem mutilation. Yorkshire had a monster on its hands, and he was just getting started. The connection between Wilma McCann and Emily Jackson's murders galvanized the Yorkshire police force into action. Detective Chief Superintendent Dennis Hoban assembled a task force dedicated exclusively to catching what the media had begun calling the Yorkshire Ripper, a name that would become synonymous with terror throughout northern England. The investigation revealed disturbing details about both crime scenes. Forensic analysis showed that the killer possessed considerable physical strength, able to deliver devastating hammer blows and then manipulate his victims' bodies for extensive post-mortem attacks. The precision of the screwdriver wounds suggested someone with knowledge of human anatomy, possibly medical training or experience in butchery. More chilling was the psychological profile that began to emerge. This wasn't a disorganized killer striking randomly. This was a methodical predator who carefully selected his hunting grounds, studied his victims, and executed his attacks with cold precision. The ritualistic nature of the mutilations suggested someone fulfilling a deeply personal fantasy, someone for whom killing had become not just a compulsion but a source of profound satisfaction. For the women of Yorkshire, particularly those who worked in prostitution or had to walk alone at night, the murders created an atmosphere of paralyzing terror. The killer's ability to approach victims without raising suspicion suggested someone who appeared normal, trustworthy even. Every man became a potential threat, every offer of help a possible death trap. Peter Sutcliffe, meanwhile, continued his ordinary life with remarkable composure. He went to work, came home to Sonia, watched television, and participated in normal social interactions as if he hadn't recently committed two of the most brutal murders in Yorkshire's history. His ability to compartmentalize his violence was perhaps his most disturbing characteristic, the ease with which he could transition between the role of concerned husband and ruthless killer. As winter turned to spring in 1976, Peter's delusions deepened and intensified. The voice that commanded him to kill had become his primary relationship, more real and meaningful to him than his marriage or any human connection. It spoke to him during quiet moments at work, whispered to him as he fell asleep, and guided his thoughts as he planned future attacks. The voice was very specific about its requirements. It didn't want random violence, it wanted targeted elimination of what it considered immoral women. Prostitutes were the preferred targets, but any woman who walked alone at night, who dressed provocatively, or who appeared to flaunt conventional morality became fair game for Peter's twisted sense of divine justice. This divine mandate provided Peter with not just motivation but psychological protection from guilt or remorse. He wasn't committing murder, he was performing necessary cleansing work. He wasn't destroying lives, he was purifying society. The victims weren't innocent, they were sinful women who had brought their fate upon themselves through their immoral choices. These rationalizations allowed Peter to plan his next attacks with the enthusiasm of someone anticipating a deeply satisfying experience. He began to drive through Yorkshire's red light districts more frequently, noting the patterns of potential victims, identifying optimal locations for future murders, and refining his methodology based on lessons learned from his first two kills. The monster was fully awakened now, hungry for more blood, and confident in his ability to evade capture indefinitely. The police seemed helpless, the public was terrified, and Peter Sutcliffe was just beginning to explore the full extent of his capacity for evil. 2 women were dead, but the Yorkshire Ripper's reign of terror was only in its infancy. The darkest chapters were yet to be written, in blood and horror across the industrial landscape of northern England. By the spring of 1977, Peter Sutcliffe had evolved from a novice killer into a sophisticated predator whose confidence grew with each successful attack. The voice in his head no longer whispered, it commanded with divine authority, providing detailed instructions for his holy mission of cleansing the streets of Yorkshire. What had begun as isolated incidents of extreme violence was transforming into something far more terrifying, a systematic campaign of terror that would grip northern England in a chokehold of fear for the next 4 years. Irene Richardson was 28 years old when she encountered pure evil on February 5, 1977. A prostitute working the dangerous streets of Chapeltown, Leeds, she had survived by being cautious, by trusting her instincts, by avoiding the kind of men who radiated danger. But Peter Sutcliffe had perfected his disguise of normalcy, his ability to project harmlessness while harboring the most violent intentions imaginable. The attack followed Peter's established pattern with terrifying precision. The approach in the white car, the gentle voice offering assistance, the short drive to an isolated location. This time Soldiers Field, a desolate expanse of wasteland where screams would be swallowed by the wind. But with Irene, Peter introduced new elements to his ritualistic murder, refinements born of experience and an increasingly elaborate fantasy life. The hammer blow came without warning, a crushing impact that split Irene's skull and sent blood spraying across the frozen ground in a crimson arc that caught the distant streetlight like scattered rubies. But Peter had learned to calibrate his force more precisely, enough to incapacitate completely, not enough to kill immediately. He wanted his victims conscious for what came next. The screwdriver work was more elaborate this time, more artistic in its brutality. Peter had spent weeks fantasizing about this moment, planning each thrust, each cut, each violation of human flesh. The blade penetrated Irene's abdomen, chest, and throat with methodical precision, each wound inflicted with the focused concentration of someone performing sacred work. Her blood flowed freely, soaking into the earth and creating a dark pool that steamed in the cold February air. The discovery of Irene Richardson's mutilated corpse sent shockwaves through the Yorkshire police force and the wider community. The similarities to the previous murders were undeniable. The same weapon combination, the same targeting of vulnerable women, the same ritualistic postmortem violence. But there were disturbing evolutions in the killer's methodology that suggested he was becoming more confident, more elaborate in his fantasies, and infinitely more dangerous. Detective Chief Superintendent Dennis Hoban, who had been leading the investigation since Wilma McCann's murder, stared down at Irene's body and felt something cold settle in his stomach. This wasn't just a serial killer. This was someone who was getting better at his chosen profession. Someone who was learning from each attack and refining his techniques for maximum psychological impact. The wounds on Irene's body told a story of prolonged torture. Unlike the previous victims, she had clearly been conscious for at least part of the assault, her defensive wounds indicating desperate attempts to protect herself from the screwdriver attacks. Peter was taking more time with his victims now, savoring the experience, drawing out their suffering for his own twisted gratification. For Peter, the murder of Irene Richardson represented a new level of satisfaction. The killing had lasted longer, felt more complete, more in line with what the voice in his head demanded. He had experienced a profound sense of connection to his divine mission during the attack, feeling himself to be an instrument of higher purpose as he drove the screwdriver repeatedly into Irene's flesh. The return to normalcy after each murder became increasingly difficult for Peter to navigate. The intensity of the killing experience made ordinary life seem pale and meaningless by comparison. Conversations with Sonia felt hollow, work seemed pointless, and everyday pleasures lost their appeal. Only the planning of future attacks provided him with genuine excitement and purpose. Patricia Atkinson's murder marked a terrifying escalation in Peter's campaign of violence. Unlike his previous victims, Patricia wasn't a prostitute or someone walking alone at night in red light districts. She was a 32-year-old schoolteacher returning home from an evening out with friends, a respectable woman whose only crime was being in the wrong place when the Yorkshire Ripper was hunting. The attack took place in Patricia's own flat on Oak Avenue in Bradford, shattering the illusion that women were safe in their own homes. Peter had followed her from a pub, watched her enter her building, and then talked his way inside with the same gentle voice and unthreatening demeanor that had lured his previous victims to their deaths. What happened in that flat over the next hour represents some of the most extreme violence in British criminal history. Peter's attack on Patricia was more prolonged and elaborate than any of his previous murders, suggesting that his fantasies had grown more complex and his need for sadistic gratification more intense. The hammer blows were precisely calculated to cause maximum suffering without immediate death. Patricia's skull was fractured in multiple places, but the impacts were delivered with surgical precision to avoid instant unconsciousness. Peter wanted her aware for the screwdriver work that would follow, wanted her to understand what was happening as he fulfilled his divine mandate for cleansing. The screwdriver attacks were horrific in their intensity and duration. Patricia's body bore over 60 puncture wounds, concentrated on her abdomen, chest, and throat. The blade penetrated vital organs repeatedly, causing massive internal bleeding that pooled on her apartment floor in a spreading lake of crimson that would haunt the crime scene investigators for the rest of their careers. But it was the ritualistic elements of the attack that truly revealed the depths of Peter's psychological derangement. He had arranged Patricia's body in specific positions, carved symbols into her flesh, and spent considerable time at the scene savoring his work. This wasn't just murder. It was a grotesque ceremony, a perverted sacrament in Peter's twisted religion of violence. The murder of Patricia Atkinson in her own home sent waves of panic through Yorkshire's female population. If the Ripper could strike anywhere, could gain access to supposedly secure locations, then no woman was safe. The killer's ability to appear normal, to gain trust and entry to private spaces, made him infinitely more terrifying than a random street attacker. Detective Hoban found himself under increasing pressure from media, politicians, and a terrified public demanding results. The investigation had consumed enormous resources without producing any viable suspects or meaningful leads. The killer seemed to possess an almost supernatural ability to avoid detection, leaving crime scenes clean of evidence and disappearing into the night like a murderous phantom. Forensic analysis of Patricia's crime scene provided new insights into the killer's psychology, but few clues to his identity. The prolonged nature of the attack suggested someone with considerable physical stamina and mental fortitude, someone who could maintain focus during extended periods of extreme violence. The ritualistic elements pointed to a highly organized offender with elaborate fantasy structures driving his behavior. Most disturbing was the evolution in the killer's victim selection. Patricia Atkinson didn't fit the previous pattern of prostitutes and women in red light districts. Her murder suggested that the Ripper's definition of immoral women was expanding, that potentially any woman could become a target if she violated his twisted moral code in some way. Jane MacDonald was just 16 years old when she encountered Peter Sutcliffe on a warm summer evening in Leeds. Unlike his previous victims, Jane was a schoolgirl returning from a night out with friends, a completely innocent teenager whose murder would finally force British society to confront the full horror of what was stalking the streets of Yorkshire. Peter had been cruising the area around the Hofbrauhaus pub when he spotted Jane walking alone. Something about her triggered his predatory instincts, perhaps her youth, perhaps the way she moved with teenage confidence, perhaps simply the fact that she was female and vulnerable. The voice in his head began its familiar commands, and Peter felt the familiar surge of anticipation that preceded his attacks. The approach was identical to his previous murders, the white car pulling alongside, the gentle offer of assistance, the brief journey to a killing ground. This time, Peter drove to the adventure playground on Reginald Terrace, a children's area that would be forever tainted by the horror about to unfold there. Jane's murder was characterized by a savagery that shocked even experienced homicide investigators. The hammer blows crushed her skull with devastating force, the impact so powerful that fragments of bone were driven deep into her brain tissue. But Peter wasn't satisfied with simple death. He needed to complete his ritualistic cleansing with the screwdriver work that had become his signature. The blade penetrated Jane's young body over 40 times, each thrust delivered with increasing intensity as Peter worked himself into a frenzy of religious ecstasy. Her blood soaked into the playground equipment, staining the innocent children's swings and slides with evidence of ultimate evil. The symbolism was lost on no one. Childhood innocence violated by adult depravity in its most concentrated form. The murder of Jane MacDonald represented a watershed moment in the Yorkshire Ripper investigation. Unlike the previous victims, Jane wasn't a prostitute or marginalized woman whose death could be explained away by dangerous lifestyle choices. She was a schoolgirl, someone's daughter, a completely innocent victim whose murder exposed the full horror of what was stalking Yorkshire streets. Public reaction was immediate and intense. Demonstrations demanded police action, vigilante groups formed to patrol red light districts, and parents kept their daughters locked indoors after dark. The killer had crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. The murder of a child had transformed him from a criminal into a monster in the public consciousness. For Peter, Jane's murder provided the most intense satisfaction he had yet experienced. Her youth and innocence had made the killing feel even more significant, more aligned with his divine mission of cleansing society. The voice in his head praised him for this successful strike against moral corruption, encouraging him to continue his work with even greater intensity. But the murder also marked the beginning of Peter's psychological unraveling. The line between his fantasy world and reality was becoming increasingly blurred, and he found it harder to maintain his facade of normalcy. Sonia noticed his strange behavior, the long absences, the blood-stained clothing he tried to hide, the way he would stare into space as if listening to voices only he could hear. Jean Jordan, a 20-year-old prostitute from Scotland, became Peter's next victim in a murder that would provide investigators with their first real clue and demonstrate the depths of the killer's arrogance and contempt for law enforcement. The attack took place in Chorlton, Manchester, marking Peter's first strike outside Yorkshire and indicating his growing confidence and territorial expansion. Jean was working the streets near the Southern Cemetery when Peter's car approached, the familiar gentle voice offering the ride that would be her last. The murder followed Peter's established pattern with terrifying precision, but with one crucial difference. After killing Jean with his hammer and screwdriver combination, Peter made a fatal error. He left a £5 note in her handbag, a note that could potentially be traced back to him through bank records and employment connections. The realization of his mistake sent Peter into a panic that revealed the true depths of his paranoia and desperation. 9 days after the murder, he returned to Jean's body with the intention of retrieving the incriminating evidence. What he found was a partially decomposed corpse that had been moved by investigators, triggering a violent rage that culminated in one of the most disturbing crime scenes in British history. Unable to locate the £5 note, Peter took out his frustration on Jean's remains with a level of violence that shocked even seasoned investigators. He used a broken bottle to further mutilate her body, attempting to decapitate her in a frenzy of rage and desperation. The attack on her corpse was so savage that it took forensic experts days to catalog all the additional injuries. The £5 note found in Jean Jordan's handbag represented the first concrete clue in the Yorkshire Ripper investigation. Bank records showed that it had been part of a wage packet distributed to employees at several Yorkshire engineering firms, narrowing the suspect pool to a manageable number for the first time since the murders began. Peter Sutcliffe's name appeared on the list of potential suspects, and he was interviewed by police as part of their systematic investigation of everyone who could have handled the note. But his calm demeanor, ordinary appearance, and apparently solid alibi convinced investigators that he couldn't possibly be the monster they were hunting. This near miss only increased Peter's sense of invincibility and divine protection. The voice in his head assured him that he was meant to continue his work, that higher powers were shielding him from earthly justice until his mission was complete. His attacks became more frequent and more brutal as his confidence reached dangerous new heights. The investigation, meanwhile, was becoming increasingly desperate. Public pressure was mounting, media criticism was intensifying, and the killer seemed to be always one step ahead of law enforcement efforts. Detective Hoban's health was beginning to suffer under the strain, and the entire investigation team was showing signs of the psychological toll exacted by prolonged exposure to such extreme violence. Marilyn Moore's attack represented both the pinnacle of Peter's violence and the beginning of his psychological decline. Unlike his previous victims, Marilyn survived her encounter with the Yorkshire Ripper, becoming the first witness who could provide investigators with a detailed description of the monster who had terrorized Yorkshire for over 2 years. The attack took place in Chapeltown, Leeds, Peter's preferred hunting ground where he felt most comfortable and confident. Marilyn, a 25-year-old prostitute, was approached with Peter's usual method: the gentle voice, the offer of assistance, the short drive to a killing ground where screams would go unheard. But something went wrong during the attack. Perhaps Peter's hammer blow wasn't as precise as usual, Perhaps Marilyn's survival instinct was stronger than his previous victims. Or perhaps divine providence finally intervened on behalf of his intended prey. Whatever the reason, Marilyn survived the initial assault and managed to fight back with a ferocity that caught Peter completely off guard. The hammer connected with her skull, fracturing bone and sending blood cascading down her face in crimson rivers that pooled on the frozen ground. But instead of collapsing into unconsciousness like his previous victims, Marilyn screamed. A sound so primal and desperate that it seemed to tear through the very fabric of the night air. Peter panicked. The screwdriver work that had become his ritualistic signature was interrupted by Marilyn's continued resistance. She clawed at his face, leaving scratches that would heal but never truly fade from his memory. She fought with the desperation of someone who understood that this was a battle for her very soul, and her unexpected resistance threw Peter's carefully choreographed murder ritual into chaos. For the first time since his killing spree began, Peter fled a scene without completing his divine work. The voice in his head screamed condemnation as he ran back to his car, leaving Marilyn bleeding but alive in the shadows of Chapeltown. His failure felt like a cosmic betrayal, as if the higher powers that had protected him were beginning to withdraw their support. Marilyn's survival provided investigators with their first detailed description of the Yorkshire Ripper. She described a man of average height and build, with dark hair and a distinctive Yorkshire accent. More importantly, she had gotten a good look at his car, a white Ford Corsair with damage to the rear bumper that could help identify the vehicle in future investigations. The failure to kill Marilyn more marked the beginning of Peter Sutcliffe's psychological decline. For over 2 years, he had operated with the confidence of someone who believed himself to be divinely protected, guided by voices that assured him of his invincibility and righteousness. Marilyn's survival shattered that illusion and introduced doubt into his previously unshakable faith in his mission. The voice in his head became increasingly critical, berating him for his failure and demanding that he redouble his efforts to make up for this cosmic mistake. Peter's behavior at home became even more erratic, with Sonia noticing his tendency to talk to himself, his inability to concentrate on normal activities, and his growing obsession with news coverage of the Ripper investigation. Sleep became elusive for Peter as his mind raced with paranoid thoughts about capture and divine punishment for his failure. He would lie awake at night, listening for police sirens, watching for surveillance, and planning increasingly elaborate attacks that would restore his standing in the eyes of his supernatural commander. The ordinary world felt like a stage set designed to deceive him, with every stranger potentially an undercover officer and every coincidence a sign of impending doom. His driving became more reckless as he prowled Yorkshire streets looking for victims who could serve as sacrificial offerings to appease his disappointed deity. Peter's target selection became less discriminating. Any woman walking alone at night became a potential candidate for cleansing, regardless of her lifestyle or circumstances. The voice demanded blood, and Peter was increasingly desperate to provide it. Yvonne Pearson was 21 years old when she encountered Peter Sutcliffe on a bitter winter night in Bradford's red light district. By this point in his killing spree, Peter had refined his approach to a terrifying science, learning from both his successes and his near capture after Marilyn Moore's survival. The voice in his head had forgiven his previous failure but demanded increasingly elaborate demonstrations of devotion to compensate for that cosmic disappointment. Peter had been stalking the streets of Bradford for hours, his white Ford Corsair moving through the shadows like a mechanical predator sensing wounded prey. The industrial landscape provided perfect cover for his hunting. Abandoned warehouses, broken streetlights, and maze-like alleyways where screams would be swallowed by the wind and urban decay. Yvonne was a prostitute, but unlike Peter's previous victims, she was exceptionally cautious about potential clients. Her survival instincts were well developed, honed by years of working dangerous streets where women disappeared without explanation. But Peter had perfected his mask of normalcy, his ability to project harmlessness while harboring the most violent intentions imaginable. The approach followed his established pattern with mechanical precision. The gentle voice calling from the car window, the offer of shelter from the bitter cold, the promise of easy money for minimal services. Yvonne's defenses, worn down by the harsh realities of street life and the numbing effects of addiction, finally succumbed to Peter's practiced deception. The journey to the killing ground was short but filled with Peter's mounting excitement. He could feel the familiar surge of divine purpose flowing through his veins, the voice in his head providing detailed instructions for the cleansing ritual about to unfold. Yvonne sat beside him, unaware that she was riding in a hearse driven by death itself. The attack took place on waste ground near the railway arches, a desolate expanse of broken concrete and twisted metal that seemed designed for violence. Peter's hammer work had reached a new level of precision and brutality. The blows were calculated to cause maximum suffering while maintaining consciousness for the screwdriver ritual that would follow. Yvonne's skull cracked like an eggshell under the hammer's impact, sending blood and brain matter spraying across the frozen ground in patterns that caught the distant streetlight like abstract art painted in crimson. But Peter had learned to modulate his force perfectly, enough to incapacitate completely, not enough to grant the mercy of immediate death. The screwdriver work that followed was the most elaborate and ritualistic of Peter's career. Over 70 puncture wounds covered Yvonne's body, each thrust delivered with increasing intensity as Peter worked himself into a religious frenzy. The blade penetrated her chest, abdomen, and throat with surgical precision, causing massive internal bleeding that pooled beneath her body in a lake of steaming blood. But it was what Peter did after the murder that truly revealed the depths of his psychological derangement. He spent over an hour at the scene, arranging Yvonne's body in specific positions, carving symbols into her flesh, and performing what could only be described as a grotesque communion with his victim's remains. This wasn't just murder. It was a perverted sacrament in Peter's twisted religion of violence. The discovery of Yvonne Pearson's mutilated corpse 2 months later, hidden under an old sofa in the wasteland where Peter had left her, sent new waves of horror through the Yorkshire police investigation. The decomposition had complicated forensic analysis, but the signature elements of the Ripper's work were unmistakable. The hammer trauma, the ritualistic screwdriver wounds, the deliberate positioning of the body. Detective Chief Superintendent Dennis Hoban, whose health had been steadily deteriorating under the pressure of the investigation, stared down at Yvonne's remains and felt something break inside his soul. 3 years of pursuing this monster had taken its toll on everyone involved in the case, but the relentless brutality of the attacks was beginning to destroy the investigators psychologically. The crime scene analysis revealed disturbing new elements in the killer's methodology. The extended time spent with the victim's body suggested increasing confidence and a deepening of his ritualistic fantasies. The precision of the wounds indicated someone who had become expertly familiar with human anatomy through repeated practice. Most chilling was the evidence of post-mortem activities that could only be described as communion with death itself. For Peter, Yvonne's murder had provided the most intense satisfaction since his failure with Marilyn Moore. The extended ritual had felt like a successful restoration of his divine connection, and the voice in his head had praised him for his renewed devotion to the cleansing mission. But the high was temporary, and within days he was planning his next attack with increasing desperation to maintain his connection to the supernatural forces that guided him. The investigation was consuming enormous resources without producing meaningful results. Over 300 officers were working the case full-time, following thousands of leads that led nowhere, interviewing suspects who turned out to be innocent, and watching helplessly as the body count continued to rise. The killer seemed to possess an almost supernatural ability to avoid detection, striking without warning and disappearing into the night like a murderous phantom. Vera Millward was 41 years old when she became Peter Sutcliffe's next victim, her murder marking another escalation in the brutality and ritual complexity of his attacks. By this point, Peter had killed 8 women and attacked several others, each crime adding new layers to his increasingly elaborate fantasy structure and deepening his delusion that he was performing divine work. The attack took place in Manchester's red light district, confirming Peter's expanding territorial range and his growing confidence in his ability to evade capture across multiple police jurisdictions. Vera was a Spanish immigrant working as a prostitute to support her family, another marginalized woman whose disappearance would initially generate minimal public sympathy or investigative urgency. Peter had been prowling Manchester streets for hours, the voice in his head providing constant guidance about target selection and optimal killing locations. His white Ford Corsair moved through the shadows like a mechanical predator, its headlights cutting through the fog that seemed to follow Peter wherever he hunted. The industrial landscape of Manchester provided perfect cover for his activities. Abandoned warehouses, broken streetlights, and labyrinthine alleyways where screams would go unheard. The approach to Vera followed Peter's perfected methodology with mechanical precision. The gentle voice from the car window, the offer of shelter and easy money, the short journey to a killing ground where divine justice could be administered without interference from earthly authorities. Vera's survival instincts, dulled by years of street life and chemical dependencies, failed to recognize the danger until it was far too late. The murder took place on a hospital car park, the irony lost on no one who would later investigate the scene. Here, in a place dedicated to healing and preservation of life, Peter unleashed his most savage attack yet. The hammer blows were delivered with increasing force and frequency, crushing Vera's skull so completely that fragments of bone were driven deep into her brain tissue. But it was the screwdriver work that truly revealed the depths of Peter's evolving sadism. Over 90 puncture wounds covered Vera's body, each thrust delivered with ritualistic precision and increasing intensity. The blade penetrated every major organ, causing massive internal bleeding that pooled beneath her body in an ever-expanding lake of crimson that reflected the hospital lights like a mirror to hell itself. The post-mortem mutilation was more elaborate than any of Peter's previous attacks. He carved symbols into Vera's flesh, arranged her body in specific ritualistic positions, and spent considerable time at the scene performing what could only be described as a grotesque communion with his victim's remains. This wasn't just murder. It was a perverted religious ceremony in Peter's twisted faith. In June 1979, the Yorkshire Ripper investigation took a catastrophic turn that would plague law enforcement efforts for the next 2 years and allow Peter Sutcliffe to continue killing with impunity. The arrival of audio tapes and letters purportedly from the killer himself introduced a new element of psychological warfare that completely misdirected the investigation and demonstrated Peter's growing confidence in his ability to manipulate authorities. The tapes arrived at police headquarters with the theatrical flair of someone who understood the power of psychological manipulation. A Geordie accent spoke with calm authority about the murders, providing details that seemed to confirm the speaker's identity as the Yorkshire Ripper. "I'm Jack," the voice declared with chilling confidence, invoking the specter of history's most famous serial killer while claiming responsibility for the carnage across Yorkshire. What investigators didn't realize was that they were being deceived by John Humble, a disturbed individual from Sunderland who had become obsessed with the Ripper case and decided to inject himself into the investigation through elaborate hoax communications. The psychological impact of these tapes was devastating. They provided false leads that consumed enormous resources while allowing the real killer to continue his campaign of terror undetected. For Peter Sutcliffe, the hoax was a gift from his divine protectors. While police focused their attention on finding a Geordie suspect, he was free to continue his ritualistic murders with reduced risk of detection. The voice in his head assured him that these false leads were proof of supernatural protection, evidence that higher powers were actively working to ensure his mission's completion. The misdirection caused by the hoax tapes had tragic consequences that extended far beyond investigative inefficiency. Peter continued killing while police chased phantom suspects, and the growing public frustration with law enforcement's apparent incompetence created an atmosphere of panic and despair throughout Yorkshire and Manchester. Barbara Leach was 20 years old when she encountered Peter Sutcliffe on a September evening in Bradford. Unlike most of his previous victims, Barbara was a university student with a bright future ahead of her, someone whose murder would finally force British society to confront the reality that the Yorkshire Ripper's definition of immoral women included virtually any female who crossed his path. Peter had been stalking the area around Bradford University when he spotted Barbara walking alone after a night out with friends. Something about her triggered his predatory instincts, perhaps her youth, perhaps her apparent independence, or perhaps simply the fact that she was female and vulnerable in his territory. The voice in his head began its familiar commands, and Peter felt the familiar surge of divine purpose that preceded his attacks. The approach was identical to his previous murders, the white car emerging from shadows, the gentle voice offering assistance, the brief journey to a killing ground where screams would be swallowed by darkness. This time, Peter drove to a backyard area behind Ash Grove, a residential location that would be forever tainted by the horror about to unfold there. Barbara's murder was characterized by a savagery that shocked even investigators who had become accustomed to Peter's escalating violence. The hammer blows were delivered with devastating force, crushing her skull so completely that brain matter was scattered across a wide area. But Peter wasn't satisfied with simple death. He needed to complete his ritualistic cleansing with the screwdriver work that had become his signature. The blade penetrated Barbara's young body over 60 times, each thrust delivered with increasing intensity as Peter worked himself into a frenzy of religious ecstasy. Her blood soaked into the ground, creating dark pools that steamed in the cool September air. The symbolism was devastating. Youth and potential destroyed by age and madness, innocence violated by experience's most corrupted form. Marguerite Walls, a 47-year-old civil servant, became Peter's next victim on August 20th, 1980, in an attack that demonstrated his complete abandonment of any pretense at victim selection criteria. Marguerite wasn't a prostitute or someone working in red light districts. She was simply a woman walking home from work who had the misfortune to encounter a monster whose definition of immoral women had expanded to include virtually any female who crossed his path. The attack took place in Farsley, near Leeds, marking another expansion of Peter's hunting territory as his confidence reached dangerous new heights. The murder followed his established pattern, but with an intensity that suggested desperation rather than divine confidence. The voice in his head had become increasingly demanding, requiring more frequent sacrifices to maintain Peter's connection to his supernatural mission. 3 months later, on November 17, 1980, Jacqueline Hill became Peter Sutcliffe's final victim in a murder that would demonstrate both the peak of his violence and the beginning of his ultimate downfall. Jacqueline was a 20-year-old university student in Leeds, another completely innocent young woman whose only crime was being in the wrong place when a monster was hunting. The attack on Jacqueline was the most savage in Peter's entire killing spree. The hammer blows were delivered with such force that her skull was completely destroyed, and the screwdriver work that followed was so extensive that it took forensic experts days to catalog all the wounds. Over 100 puncture wounds covered her body, each thrust delivered with the desperate intensity of someone whose connection to divine purpose was beginning to fracture. But it was during the murder of Jacqueline Hill that Peter made the mistakes that would finally lead to his capture. His behavior at the scene was more erratic than usual, his ritualistic activities more elaborate and time-consuming, and his departure more hurried and careless. The voice in his head was becoming less coherent, its commands contradictory and confusing, suggesting that Peter's psychological grip on reality was finally beginning to slip. The end came not through brilliant detective work or sophisticated forensic analysis, but through the kind of random chance that had protected Peter Sutcliffe for so long finally turning against him. On a cold January evening in Sheffield, 2 police officers on routine patrol noticed a car parked in a secluded area with a man and woman inside, circumstances that warranted investigation under normal police procedure. The car was Peter's Rover, and the woman was Olivia Reevers, a prostitute who had unknowingly climbed into a vehicle driven by Britain's most wanted serial killer. When the officers approached to investigate what they assumed was a routine solicitation case, they inadvertently interrupted Peter in the early stages of what would have been his 14th murder. Peter's behavior during the initial contact was strange enough to arouse suspicion. He was nervous, evasive, and clearly agitated about something beyond simple embarrassment at being caught with a prostitute. When the officers checked his license plates and discovered they were stolen, Peter was arrested and taken to Sheffield's Hamerton Road police station for what should have been a routine vehicle theft investigation. But Detective Sergeant Robert Ring, one of the arresting officers, sensed something deeper was wrong. Peter's demeanor, his nervous energy, his obvious attempts at deception, all of it suggested someone hiding secrets far more serious than car theft. Ring's instincts, honed by years of police work, told him that he might have stumbled across something much more significant than a simple vehicle crime. Under questioning at Sheffield Police Station, Peter Sutcliffe initially maintained his innocence regarding anything beyond the stolen license plates. But the accumulated psychological pressure of 6 years of killing, combined with his deteriorating mental state and the growing incoherence of the voice in his head, finally proved too much for his carefully constructed facade to contain. The breakthrough came when Detective Sergeant Ring asked Peter directly if he was the Yorkshire Ripper. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, Peter stared at his interrogator with eyes that had seen too much horror, committed too much evil, and carried too much weight of divine delusion. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, he said the words that would finally end one of British criminal history's most terrifying chapters. "Well, it's me." The confession that followed was both comprehensive and deeply disturbing. Peter described his murders in meticulous detail, providing information that only the killer could have known. He spoke of the voice that had commanded him to cleanse the streets, of his divine mission to eliminate immoral women, and of the ritualistic elements that had made each murder a religious ceremony in his twisted faith. But it was Peter's complete lack of remorse that truly chilled his interrogators. He spoke of his victims not as human beings whose lives he had destroyed, but as necessary sacrifices in his holy war against moral corruption. The 13 women he had murdered were, in his mind, casualties in a cosmic battle between good and evil, their deaths justified by their perceived sins against his deranged interpretation of divine will. The physical evidence that had accumulated over 6 years of killing finally made sense once investigators had their suspect in custody. The weapons found at the scene where Peter was arrested matched the forensic profiles from multiple crime scenes. His knowledge of Yorkshire's geography explained his ability to select optimal killing locations. His job as a lorry driver provided the mobility and schedule flexibility that had allowed him to hunt across multiple police jurisdictions. Peter Sutcliffe's trial at the Old Bailey in May 1981 provided British society with its first comprehensive look at the monster who had terrorized Yorkshire for 6 years. The evidence presented was overwhelming: 13 murders and 7 attempted murders, each one documented with forensic precision and described with clinical detachment that somehow made the horror even more profound. The defense attempted to argue that Peter was insane, driven by genuine delusions that rendered him legally incapable of understanding his actions. But the prosecution demonstrated that his behavior showed clear evidence of planning, premeditation, and attempts to avoid detection, all indicators of someone who understood the difference between right and wrong and chose evil deliberately. The jury's verdict was swift and unanimous: guilty on all counts. Peter Sutcliffe was sentenced to life imprisonment with a recommendation that he serve at least 30 years, a sentence that finally brought closure to one of British criminal history's darkest chapters. But the true reckoning extended far beyond Peter's individual fate. The investigation's failures, particularly the misdirection caused by the hoax tapes, led to comprehensive reforms in police procedure and interagency cooperation. The victims' families began the long process of healing from trauma that would never fully disappear, and British society was forced to confront uncomfortable truths about how marginalized women are protected, or failed to be protected, by the systems meant to serve them. Peter Sutcliffe died in prison on November 13, 2020, nearly 40 years after his capture and conviction. His death marked the end of a life that had caused immeasurable suffering and forever changed the landscape of British criminal justice. But the darkness he unleashed continues to cast shadows that will never fully dissipate. The 13 women who died at his hands, Wilma McCann, Emily Jackson, Irene Richardson, Patricia Atkinson, Jane McDonald, Jean Jordan, Yvonne Pearson, Helen Ritka, Vera Millward, Josephine Whitaker, Barbara Leach, Marguerite Walls, and Jacqueline Hill, deserve to be remembered not as victims of a monster's delusions, but as individuals whose lives had value and meaning beyond the violence that ended them. Their names are carved not just in stone memorials, but in the collective memory of a society that learned hard lessons about the price of failing to protect its most vulnerable members. The Yorkshire Ripper's reign of terror may have ended with his capture, but the vigilance required to prevent such horrors from recurring must remain eternal. In the fog-shrouded streets where Peter Sutcliffe once hunted, life continues. But those who remember the years when death stalked Yorkshire's shadows know that evil is always waiting in the darkness, patient and hungry, ready to emerge whenever society's defenses grow weak. The monster is dead, but the darkness that created him remains, waiting for the next opportunity to manifest in human form and remind us that civilization is always just one heartbeat away from chaos. one whispered voice away from unspeakable horror. This is the legacy of the Yorkshire Ripper. Not just the lives he destroyed, but the eternal reminder that we must never stop watching for the monsters that walk among us, wearing human faces and speaking in gentle voices, while harboring intentions that defy human comprehension. The story ends, but the vigilance must never cease. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, be sure to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. We appreciate you taking the time to be a part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe and stay curious.